co-coordinator of this seminar, this webinar. Moderators, presenters, practitioners in various spheres, public officials, policymakers, academics, and special guests, particularly in the field of public-private partnerships. I wish to welcome you to this most important webinar, which is very timely as the virtual launch of the Port of Port of Spain. Just excuse me while I put my phone on silent. Sorry about that. Yes, I wish to welcome you to this most important webinar, which is very timely as the virtual launch of the Port of Port of Spain public-private partnership structure and process was launched at the end of last month, which has been done in collaboration with the Inter-American Development Bank, the government's advisor on the process. We must thank SAILA for agreeing to sponsor this webinar in collaboration with the University of Trinidad and Tobago, for which special mention must be made of the tireless efforts of Jose Miguel Rovira of SAILA and Adrian Bihari of UGT. According to an UNCTAD study in 2020, maritime transport accounts for approximately 80% of the volume and 70% of the total value of internationally traded goods. Clearly the most important aspect in commerce. Participation of the private sector generally leads to improved productivity and efficiency, and the maritime industry, including the port sector, is no exception. The involvement of the private sector in port operations has gained currency in the last decade in Latin America, such that about 8% of ports are state-owned, with the vast majority, about 92%, in private hands. PPPs account for 92% of the region's TEUs or volume, which in turn account for 83% of the region's container terminals. PPPs are promoted worldwide as the most viable option for governments to meet their infrastructure and public services needs efficiently. The public-private partnership model would allow for governments to continue as owners and the private sector to run their operations. This webinar creates a platform for discussion on the public-private partnership model in the port sector in Latin America and the Caribbean, whereby the benefits and limitations of this model can be debated, including the financial, operational, and legal aspects of this modality, in order to determine best practices and responsibilities of the various stakeholders. Presentations will be made on a variety of topics from speakers from different parts of the world, providing their experiences, as well as presentations on logistics, a review of some key steps in the PPP implementation process, and the work of multilateral institutions in port development. I wish you very lively, interactive, educational participation in this webinar, which should lead to a better understanding of the public-private partnership, or we can say private-public partnership, whichever we want, whichever P we want to put first, for the effective use of this model as an instrument for more productive and efficient maritime port management in the region. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imbert. We will continue with the words of Mr. Clarence Endara. El embajador Clarence Endara es licenciado en Derecho por la Universidad Mayor de San Andrés. Tiene una maestría en Negocios Internacionales por la Universidad del Rey Juan Carlos y en Negociaciones Internacionales de la Universidad de Barcelona. Asimismo, obtuvo el diploma en Estudios Avanzados en el doctorado en Derecho Internacional y Relaciones Internacionales en la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. Actualmente es candidato a doctor en Derecho Internacional y Relaciones Internacionales de la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. Cuenta también con estudios de posgrado en Derecho Tributario. En relación a su experiencia profesional, se ha desempeñado en el Departamento de Turismo de la Prefectura de La Paz, Bolivia. Tuvo a su cargo la asesoría jurídica a inmigrantes de la ONG Proyecto Cultura y Solidaridad en Madrid, España. Y desde el 2006 desarrolló su trabajo en el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia en los cargos de consultor especialista en solución de controversias, jefe de la Unidad de Acuerdos Bilaterales y Temas Comerciales, jefe de la Unidad de Gestión de Proyectos y Cooperación Internacional, jefe de la Unidad de Derecho Económico Internacional, director general de Integración y Cooperación Económica, y viceministro de Comercio Exterior e Integración, director general de la Secretaría General de la Comunicación de la Comunidad Andina también. En la actualidad es el secretario permanente del Sistema Económico Latinoamericano y del Caribe. Por favor, doctor Endara, gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, José Miguel. Muy buen día con todos. Quiero saludar en particular al profesor Clement Imbert, rector de la Universidad de Trinidad y Tobago y ministro de Trabajo y Transporte de Trinidad y Tobago, a los representantes de los Estados miembros que nos acompañan, a aquellos que se dedican al diseño de políticas públicas, académicos e investigadores en el campo de las alianzas público-privadas y a los invitados especiales. Desde la Secretaría del Sistema Económico Latinoamericano y el Caribe, nos complace darles la más cordial bienvenida a este webinar denominado Asociaciones Público-Privadas como un instrumento para la eficiencia de la gestión marítima portuaria en la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Este evento ha sido organizado de manera conjunta, como nos lo mencionaba José Miguel, con la Universidad de Trinidad y Tobago, a quienes queremos extender nuestro agradecimiento por el apoyo proporcionado y el interés de llevar adelante esta organización conjunta. De la misma forma, quiero saludar al profesor Clement Imbert, presidente del Consejo Rector de la Universidad de Trinidad y Tobago, y al señor Adrian Beharry, profesor adjunto de la práctica en el Centro de Estudios Marítimos y Oceánicos, a quienes les manifiesto nuestro agradecimiento por haber aceptado la invitación y aprovecho la oportunidad para destacar sus aportes e investigaciones realizadas en el sector marítimo portuario de la región, específicamente en el tema relacionado con las alianzas público y privadas en el sector portuario, que como sabemos es una necesidad actual en nuestra región de América Latina y el Caribe. Me complace también dar la bienvenida a los destacados moderadores y panelistas que nos estarán acompañando durante este webinar, brindándonos un recorrido por el cambio de papel de las políticas públicas dentro de un entorno marítimo y portuario dinámico, en la que las asociaciones público-privadas respetan. Además de los principales retos a los que se hace frente en la gestión, los modelos de desarrollo actual de las APPs, sus procesos, aspectos jurídicos, así como las estrategias aplicadas en relación a la innovación y cambio de las APPs, van a ser un mecanismo que nos permita tener un intercambio de buenas prácticas en la materia. En este sentido, como ustedes saben, el transporte marítimo, al ser un habilitador clave del comercio mundial, representa aproximadamente el 80% del volumen y el 70% del valor total de las mercancías comercializadas de manera internacional, según las últimas cifras que tenemos de la UNCTAD. Con el objetivo de mejorar la eficiencia del sector portuario y facilitar la participación del sector privado al desarrollo del modelo con el modelo de desarrollo de la asociación público-privada, se está adquiriendo durante esta última década en América Latina y el Caribe la necesidad de generar mayor conocimiento sobre el área que genera un beneficio inevitable. De esta manera, las APPs se promueve en escala mundial como la solución para que los estados puedan suplir sus necesidades de infraestructura y servicios públicos con la participación del sector privado. La región de América Latina y el Caribe no ha sido ajena a la implementación de este esquema, convirtiéndose en los últimos años en el líder de las APPs con respecto al resto de las regiones en desarrollo, introduciendo estas alianzas público-privadas como un modelo eficiente en la adopción de nuevas tendencias y solución de necesidades de infraestructura y operacionales, dados por los nuevos desafíos de la economía que lamentablemente han ido golpeando a nuestras sociedades y a nuestros estados, haciendo que inclusive la capacidad de inversión estatal se pueda ver disminuida. Los cambios, ajustes e innovaciones en el desarrollo de proyectos y programas de APP han sido y siguen siendo una constante, no solo en la región, sino en todo el mundo. Ante este escenario, es importante identificar qué innovaciones se están implementando actualmente para fomentar su desarrollo y provecho de oportunidades en el sector marítimo portuario. Además, es esencial la identificación, estructuración, licitación e implementación del esquema en cuestión de manera asertiva para asegurar altos estándares de rendimiento de los activos, así como la calidad de la prestación de servicios que son determinantes en los tiempos actuales. El rol del sector privado aunado a sus contrapartes públicas al momento de prestar asistencia, brindar financiamiento y movilizar recursos va a consolidar la materialización de las inversiones de forma exitosa. En esta oportunidad contamos con el registro de un sinfín de participantes del sector público y privado de la academia, una simbiosis que nos permitirá tener una perspectiva completa respecto a estas iniciativas público-privadas que creemos nosotros son fundamentales en el sector marítimo portuario dentro de la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Desde el CELA queremos manifestar nuestra voluntad de seguir trabajando con el mayor entusiasmo en estas experiencias tan enriquecedoras y necesarias para la región. Quiero finalizar agradeciendo nuevamente su asistencia, la receptividad a esta convocatoria y felicito por su organización a los equipos involucrados en el mismo, que por el hecho de tener ya tantos expertos interesados en el tema, ya se convierte en un éxito adelantado. Muchísimas gracias por su tiempo y que esta sesión sea lo más productiva posible para ayudar a delinear o por lo menos facilitar ese mecanismo público-privado que se necesita sentar como un mecanismo de respaldo hacia los estados para poder avanzar en la implementación de infraestructura en el sector marítimo. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor embajador Endara. A continuación tendremos las palabras por parte de la señora Sonia Francis Yearwood, representante del senador y honorable señor ministro Rohan Sinanan, ministro de Trabajo y Transporte de Trinidad y Tobago. Solo para darles una breve descripción, the senator, the Honorable Rohan Sinanan, was born in the community of Sangre Grande and entered the world of business and entrepreneurship over 36 years ago. His passion and pursuit into the dynamic world of business developed as a consequence of his attentiveness in his father's long history and career as well-known businessman in the food industry in the community of Sangre Grande. He eventually became the chief executive officer of a large and dynamic holding company. In his capacity as CEO, Senator Sinanan has extensively worked in diverse areas of finance, insurance, and real estate at the food industry. Senator Sinanan holds an MBA in business administration and has served as the deputy chairman of the Tunapuna PRCO Regional Corporation. His successful career in business did not limit his passion for helping people, and over the last 20 years, Senator Sinanan has been involved in charities and several volunteer organizations, giving back to the deserving initiative in his childhood community, as well as other throughout Trinidad. Please, Ms. Sonia.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Professor Imbert, Chairman of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, Ambassador Endara, Permanent Secretary of the Latin American Caribbean Economic System, Jose Miguel Rivera, other CELA dignitaries, Mr. Adrian Bihari, Assistant Professor, Maritime Economics Center for Maritime and Ocean Studies, the University of the West Indies, public officials, policymakers, general practitioners, academics, and researchers, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. The Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, Senator Rohan Sinanan, extends his greetings to all this morning. Due to a conflicting engagement, he's unable to attend. However, he will endeavor to join the proceedings if opportunity presents itself. In that context, it is indeed an honor to be part of this Latin American Economic System webinar on public-private partnerships as an instrument for efficient maritime port management in the Latin American and Caribbean region. The concept paper for this webinar highlighted that PPPs have been a trend in the development of seaport and container terminal infrastructure in Latin America and the Caribbean region for the last 15 years. Countries that have implemented either a PPP model or a variation based on a lease and concession contract model for port privatization include Jamaica, Bahamas, Panama, Brazil, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and the Dominican Republic. Forums such as these are useful in the showcasing of the best practices, case studies, and other valuable learnings to demonstrate real-world applications of public-private partnership. Key is the need to develop clearer understanding of the viability of this model of administration at the local and regional levels. This model is seen to hold considerable opportunity for growth at the Port of Spain, as well as other jurisdictions. PPPs often come with the promise of private financing of public infrastructure, increased foreign exchange, improved governance, and greater operational efficiency, with the ability to have our port meet international quality standards and improve profitability. As a result, I am eager to contribute to the discourse in this forum for discussion and debate, and to share the Ministry of Works and Transport's position for moving forward. In fact, the undertaking of this webinar is timely for Trinidad and Tobago. For as stated by Professor Ember in his opening statement, on October 31st, 2022, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, in conjunction with the Inter-American Development Bank, the state's advisor on the process, undertook an official launch of the Port of Spain public-private partnership structuring process. The occasion served as yet another significant milestone to highlight the port's search for a partner. All potential worldwide private entities who sought to learn more about the project's deliverables had the opportunity to take advantage of this information sharing session. According to Trinidad and Tobago's National Development Strategy, also known as Vision 2030, improving port efficiency is of strategic importance. In fact, improving productivity through quality infrastructure and transportation falls under theme 3 of this guiding framework. Through the facilitation of trade and the support of supply chains, ports serve as elements of national infrastructure that facilitate economic development. Due to the close relationship between port development and world trade, regional port investments can have direct, indirect, or induced economic benefits for Trinidad and Tobago. For this reason, the Government of Trinidad and Tobago is advancing this project swiftly in view of the reliable conclusions presented in a thorough feasibility investigation and analysis carried out by the IDB. The public-private partnership model has been a practical method of financing significant projects. Such government-led initiatives are being made everywhere, including in Trinidad and Tobago. However, it has been discovered that their effects differ depending on a number of economic and geographic factors. Of course, we have heard several opposing voices to the impending shift toward the public-private partnership model at the port. The general concern is often equated with privatization and foreign ownership, neither of which is necessarily an inhibitor. A major objective should always be the provision of information to allow for informed decision-making. In a regional or even international survey of public-private partnerships, it is undeniable that foreign entities are involved, but this should not discourage local participation. In fact, local participation is encouraged, since this would work to the further development of local businesses. It is in this context that the objectives of this webinar are laudable and indeed beneficial. As stated, the generation of a space for debate and dialogue on operational, legal issues, as well as areas for collaboration, which this webinar provides, will allow for a collective understanding, which is to be encouraged. Located outside of a hurricane zone, Trinidad and Tobago serves as a gateway between North and South America. We are also a potential disembarkation point for ships flying shipping lanes from subcontinents. As a gateway between North and South America, Trinidad and Tobago is the perfect place for a port that is reliable, efficient, and technologically advanced. above all as well, a user-friendly port. There is indeed an opportunity for us to improve the practice and profitability of the facility's current operations, and I'm eagerly awaiting your webinar results. I want to thank you so much for your time and the courtesy of listening. I hope that we have a very fruitful deliberation and may the outcome serve the very best interests of all the entities represented. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sonia Francis Jerwood, and thanks, Mr. Sinanan, for the participation of the Ministry of Work. Para continuar, entonces vamos a entrar en la sesión 1 del seminario titulada El cambio del papel de las políticas públicas en un entorno marítimo. Un entorno marítimo y portuario dinámico. En esta ocasión vamos a tener al doctor Adrián Beharry, profesor adjunto de Economía Marítima del Centro de Estudios Marítimos y Oceánicos de la Universidad de Trinidad y Tobago. Originalmente en agenda teníamos al señor Fausto Arroyo de CAF, pero por razones de reuniones internas de su organización no nos va a poder acompañar. Y teníamos también al señor Gordon Wilmeyer, quien se estará uniendo al seminario con su presentación posteriormente. Mr. Adrian Beharry is an assistant professor of practice maritime studies at the Center for Maritime and Ocean Studies at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, Maritime Campus, Chaguaramas, Trinidad. He is a member of the International Association of Maritime Economists and lectures in Maritime Economics and Logistics in the Bachelor of Science degree program in Nautical Science, Maritime Operations, and the Master of Science degree program in Maritime Operation Management, respectively. He's also the UTT appointed expert point of contact for the CELACAF ongoing project, which is aimed at the creation of a digital and collaborative port logistic community in Latin American and the Caribbean region. He was appointed joint coordinator for the hosting of the fourth CELACAF annual regional meeting, which was successfully held in Trinidad and Tobago on March 2022. He led the research foundation for the conduct of the CELA UTT webinar on public-private partnership in the Latin American regions. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from the University of the West Indies and the Master of Science degree in General Maritime Administration from the World Maritime University at Malmö, Sweden. He completed his on-the-job training at the World Bank at the Office of Ports and Intermodal Development, United States Department of Transportation at Washington, D.C. He has undergone extensive field training at maritime institutions and seaports in Europe and the Americas. Dr. Beharry, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, good morning to all of the members present, participants, fellow participants, public officials, policymakers, practitioners in the field of PPPs, and specially invited guests. I want to welcome you to this morning's session, which in my view can serve us as a primer as we review the public-private partnership model of port finance and development. It will open up the corridors for the rest of the presentations. We have gathered a number of esteemed experts throughout the globe. So I think that today's session is going to be extremely informative for the process, particularly in relation to the PPP implementation process. First and foremost, I want to state that the PPP model is a tool used by governments to finance the development of public infrastructure. Consequently, it is imperative that the finance ministry is in alignment with all that is taking place with respect to the implementation phase of a public-private partnership model. Today, we are interested in
Go ahead, we're hearing you. Dr. Bahari? ¿Qué le pasó?
Okay, fine. The evolution of public-private partnerships, private sector involvement in public infrastructure is nothing new. Historically, toll roads, bridges, canals, schools, railways, hospitals, etc., were normally outside the public sector. In European Investment Bank 2013, what PPPs are complementing or replacing is a system of ownership and operation which largely developed in the 19th and 20th century. An evaluation report of the EIB in 2013 into 15 projects funded by the EIB in the European Union proposed a definition for the PPP for the purpose of its evaluation as follows. The project must be initiated by the public sector. It must involve a clearly defined project. It must involve a sharing of risks with the private sector. It must be based on a contractual relationship which is limited in time, and it must have a clear separation between the public sector and the borrower. In other words, a PPP is a long-term contract between a public sector promoter and a private sector provider. There is no single definition, accepted definition of a public-private partnership. However, the World Bank PPP Reference Guide 2017 takes a broad view of what a PPP is, defining it as a long-term contract between a private party and a government entity for providing a public asset or service in which the private party bears significant risk and management responsibility, and remuneration is linked to performance. Sources of finance and risk allocation, public finance. The traditional source of public finance involves government annual fiscal budgeting and public debt finance incurred through borrowing at low interest rates, usually under 5%, from multilateral agencies and lending institutions backed by government loan guarantees. Alternatively, the government may seek to raise capital through the issue of government bonds, bills, and securities. A second source of government loan funding may also be secured through special purpose vehicles and state-owned enterprises on the private capital and commercial lending markets at a higher interest rate, perhaps greater than 5%. Such loans normally require government guarantees, and they involve large upfront costs to the government during the construction phase of a project. The construction and operational risks are placed firmly on the shoulders of the public sector state enterprises, which usually involve having to meet contractor construction cost overruns and the additional cost of operation and maintenance of the public good or service over the economic life of the asset. A second source of borrowing would be corporate finance. Corporate finance loan is commonly obtained through capital markets or commercial bank financial institutions at prevailing market interest rates, usually greater than 5%, which is then recovered over the shorter 5 to 10-year loan amortization period and may be refinanced at lower commercial interest rates following the completion of the construction phase of the project. Such risks may be managed by the private sector through consortia bank financing and structured mezzanine loan finance, in which the financial risk is allocated and leveraged through a combination of private sector, shareholder equity, financing, and commercial debt. PPP finance. Under the PPP model of finance and development, the source of finance and the construction risk is transferred to the private partner, who bears the upfront financial cost of the development and the operational and maintenance costs over the duration of the contract period. Risks are allocated to the public and private partner, best able to manage them, and shared throughout the duration of the long-term contract, depending on the type and modality of the PPP contract chosen. There are different types of PPP contracts depending on the extent of public and private partnership investment and the level of risk and the rate of return on the investment made. The return on the capital investment made is linked to the supply and the availability at fixed fees and/or the demand and performance user fees of the asset or service over the duration of the contract, which is typically 20 to 25 years. In addition, under the PPP finance model, the development objectives are focused on outputs rather than on inputs, which provides the opportunities for private sector innovation, which can result in efficiency gains and value-added business solutions. PPP benefits. The key benefit of adopting the PPP model is to attract private capital into a fiscal environment in which there are budgetary constraints. A secondary benefit is the efficiency gains obtained through improved project delivery, operations, management, and access to technology provided through private sector management efficiency. There are two types of efficiency gains, as you know, operational efficiency gains and technical efficiency gains. The PPP model provides a real incentive to the private sector to ensure that the quality and maintenance of the asset is of a high standard throughout the life cycle of the project and the duration of the contract, because the capital investment cost is only recovered through fixed and user fees payable throughout the duration of the contract, and these payments are subject to contractually agreed performance and availability criteria. These are some of the critical success factors we find in a PPP project based on empirical evidence. The PPP brings capital investment. It brings efficiency and productivity gains, as we mentioned earlier. It brings market competition and value added to the logistics chain. It brings technology innovation. It brings managerial expertise. And all of this occurs over a sustainable long-term contract period. So if we had to isolate a universe of critical success factors, these would be the areas. Limitations of the PPP. On the other hand, the PPP finance model is relatively inflexible and is not well suited to all types of projects. Based on case studies, the model seems to be better suited to the development of projects where the need for public infrastructure is long-term and it is predictable, such as airports, seaports, and highways, motorways, bridges, and railways. Transaction costs are high throughout the life of a PPP procurement process, and they are only recovered upon successful completion of a PPP contract. These costs are related to the creation of an enabling legal, policy, and institutional framework, a project identification and selection, strategy and readiness assessment, market and traffic assessments, business case modeling and financial modeling, financial and operational risk assessment, market soundings, invitation to tender process, procurement, evaluation, preferred bidder selection, and eventually contract negotiation and execution. The PPP model may not be suitable for participation by local companies, which may be constrained by a lack of capacity to manage the risks involved in the delivery of such projects. Conclusion. Consequently, the PPP model seems to be more suited to brownfield port rehabilitation and upgrade projects and greenfield port projects based on the business case and due diligence. Incomplete contracts and contract renegotiation can be problematic, and they can result in costly litigation and delays to the project implementation schedule. And we've had a number of projects that have been stymied in Central America as a consequence of contract renegotiations and litigation. Finally, the PPP model requires strong support from the government, especially where there is an increase in the cost of user fees involved, and there is a public perception that the government may be giving away too much to the private sector. The modalities of the PPP. Operation and maintenance at one end, you have the public sector, publicly owned and operated port authorities. You have limited contracts based on operation and maintenance, based on building and rehabilitation, based on a full lease and concession, and based on total privatization, in which ownership and control is handed over to the private sector. A good example of this would be the transformation of the UK port system in the 1980s under the Conservative government, in which full privatization of the ports occurred, including ownership of the port lands. And so this is a spectrum, a continuum rather, of different modalities of the PPP model. We can look at the operations and maintenance contract, which is a short-term period. Under the short-term contract, the public sector owns a pre-existing asset and it assumes all of the risks associated. Consequently, there is no capital investment and transfer of commercial risk and responsibilities to the private sector. This is the performance-based contract during which the private operator adds efficiency and management expertise to the operation and maintenance of the pre-existing asset over duration of the short-term contract period, say 3 to 5 years, usually referred to as a management contract. Remuneration is based on the achievement of set targets in operations and maintenance, for which a fixed fee is payable to the private operator. If the standards are met, the private operator can collect the full fee. If not, penalties are applied. Consequently, the private operator is incentivized to maintain the asset in good condition. The model provides cost certainty where the operational and the maintenance risks are transferred to the private operator and efficiency gains are achieved through operational and maintenance practices. The operations and maintenance contract short term, this type of model changes the dynamic of government involvement from one in which maintenance is paid for on a per unit basis to one in which asset performance is monitored against a set of agreed upon maintenance indicators. This model requires institutional monitoring and oversight of contract terms and conditions through a PPP unit established within the public sector, usually at the Ministry of Finance or the relevant line ministry, which is responsible for contract execution. The model has a low level of complexity and is relatively easy to implement. Lease and concession contract over the medium term. Under a lease and concession contract, the public authority grants a lease concession of a pre-existing asset at a fixed fee for a period of 5 to 10 years, for which revenue is derived by the private operator from user fees. In this case, the initial financial risks associated with the capital investment in infrastructure is the responsibility of the government. However, the private operator assumes all commercial risk associated with the purchase and operation of equipment and warehouses, in which case this is referred to as the tool port model of development, as compared to the landlord model of development. The commercial risk is transferred to the private operator, who is allowed to generate revenue for a profit from the management and operation of the asset. Revenue generated from efficiency gains achieved in operations and service delivery standards, for which user fees are then charged. Government regulatory oversight is often necessary in order to avoid a public monopoly situation and the generation of supranormal profits through the overcharging for services by the private operator to the general public. And this introduces the whole question of having suitably outfitted institutions for the auditing of these lease and concession contracts, and indeed the regulation in particular of port tariffs. Building and rehab contract, longer term. Under this type of contract, the private sector is responsible for building and financing a new public asset, usually a greenfield site, or rehabilitating and upgrading an existing asset, a brownfield site. The private operator will then operate and maintain the asset over its economic life, which usually is 25 years to 30 years, in some cases in Peru, in order to recover the cost of the investment and to earn a reasonable return on the capital invested before ownership of the asset is transferred back to the government. The revenue streams may be based on a direct charge to the users of the asset, a user fee, or charged directly to the government in the form of an availability fee. Under the availability model, the government makes regular availability payments to the private partner, provided that the public asset is available and it is maintained in accordance with contractually agreed to performance standards, which are measured against performance indicators. The availability payment model has been used extensively in the provision of social infrastructure, such as the building and maintenance of roads, hospitals, and schools, and is based on the principle of design, build, finance, and maintain, or build, operate, and transfer. Efficiency gains may be realized by the private partner in all phases of the project. However, such efficiency gains must be sufficient in order to offset the higher cost of private borrowing. More risk is also transferred to the private partner, included financial, construction, and the maintenance risk. The structural complexity of this type of complex negotiation often requires extensive negotiations and must be sufficiently clear so that the risk of incomplete contracts is avoided. Moreover, the government may also have to underwrite certain costs as customs duties, tax exemptions, and provide some public subsidies and public guarantees in order to make the project viable. Under the private contract, this model is similar to the previous model above, except that asset rights do not revert to the government at the end of the long-term contract. Consequently, the ownership of the asset remains with the private sector. However, the public sector maintains a critical role for the infrastructure development, either as the client or under long-term take-or-pay purchase agreements, or as the regulator responsible for the granting of operator licenses and ensuring sectoral competition and fair competition practices, which are sufficient to drive prices down. The PPP enabling environment. There are 4 key steps required to develop a PPP program that facilitates and supports the successful implementation of PPP projects. A PPP enabling environment is one that is supported by the following steps in the PPP process. There must be in place a government strategy and policy guidelines on the use of PPP solutions for infrastructure development. For example, in the case of port development and the development of the port complex, one wants to know that the government strategy and policy guidelines includes a national ports master plan, which defines the planned layout of the ports, both in terms of land use planning and in terms of spatial planning. And that policy document should be the foundation principle on which some PPP law is passed that guides the implementation based on this national port master plan. For example, you don't want to find yourself in a situation where you are engaged in a project to rehabilitate and upgrade your port facility in one location, and you find right next to you, your neighbor is developing high-rise townhouses. The two don't complement each other, and therefore there must be some rational policy guidelines, usually set out by agencies such as the Town and Country Planning Division. The legal and regulatory framework that I spoke of must be compatible with PPP projects. There must be a PPP law. What we have found in the empirical evidence over the years is there has been incremental and legal decrees guiding the development over the years in the Latin American Caribbean region. In some cases, we have had successful PPP law passed with competition law provisions. Government institutional arrangement that support the PPP project. The traditional model of the Port Authority has today been largely replaced by what is now called the Port Development Company. You will see that turning up in a lot of the literature, and one of our presenters today, who's an expert in the field of port development companies, will talk more about that, Peter de Lange. Essentially, you want to have a port development company as a state-owned enterprise that can enter into legal and contractual agreements with a private partner. So it is so structured as a corporatized environment. You want to have a unit within this port development company that can provide auditing functions for the purpose of managing and administering these contracts. And you want to have some regulatory agency that monitors and control the use of tariffs, port dues, fees, and charges to ensure that the public welfare benefits are secured under the PPP contracts, and you do not have the risk, the operational and financial risk of supernormal profits being earned by the stakeholder, the private stakeholder. Finally, financial resources that support the PPP project and create an enabling environment that is attractive to the PPP partnership. Policy guidelines, it's important that the government develops a vision and a strategy for the use of PPPs as a means to deliver public infrastructure. Government strategy should address issues such as the objectives of the PPP program, the sectors to be targeted for development, the types of PPP projects to be pursued, and how government strategy is to be implemented in order to achieve its objectives. Public policy, procurement legislation, or a dedicated PPP law can be enacted, in which case the overall principles remain the same, regardless of how government strategy is formulated. The development of a PPP policy can assist in securing high-level government political support and project sponsorship. Political support becomes critical in an environment in which there may be heightened public sensitivity and public opinion which runs counter to private partnerships. Government support is critical and, if not provided, can create roadblocks which result in the failure of the PPP transaction. In order to prevent this occurrence, there must be strong, stable, and consistent support from the top policymakers and government line ministries and public authorities. Ministerial sponsorship is also necessary in order to champion the PPP project, build internal consensus, and to counter any resistance to change. For many public officials, the PPP program is a new model of public procurement, and because of the inherent complexity of such transactions, there may be uncertainty regarding the process and the outcome, in which case public officials become hesitant and uncertain about their role in the whole process. Without internal buy-in, there's a risk that government officials may remain in their own comfort zones and only submit projects which are not feasible via traditional procurement methods, therefore condemning the PPP program to failure. Government policy is also necessary in order to send a clear message to the private sector about the government's intention to develop a pipeline of PPP projects which are well prepared and credible. Entering a new market can be costly and risky for a foreign investor, and they will only make significant investments if they see the possibility for a long-term involvement in which they are able to secure a reasonable return on the investment. I want to end my presentation at this point because we have other speakers to come on board that will elaborate further on the various modalities of the PPP. So thank you very much for allowing me this presentation this morning.
Muchas gracias, doctor Bejarri, por su presentación muy nutrida, muy interesante en lo que es la definición del modelo de alianza público-privada y el marco necesario para poder desarrollar este tipo de modelo, los pasos requeridos para desarrollarlo por parte de los gobiernos, la importancia de poseer una estrategia gubernamental basada en una política pública relacionada en un marco legal también por parte del gobierno, y lo más importante, que necesita de un apoyo político por parte de los líderes del país que está tratando de desarrollar este tipo de iniciativa, ¿no? Abrimos la sala unos 5 minutos, tenemos para cualquier pregunta que alguien tenga. Recuerden, utilizaremos el sistema de la manita para hacer las preguntas o pueden ponerlas en el chat. Si alguien tiene también algún comentario que quiera agregar, bienvenido. ¿Algún comentario? Solo tienen que abrir su micrófono. Bueno, un comentario por parte del señor Walter Villao es que le agradece la presentación al señor Beharry. Excelente. La guía por parte del expositor. Tenemos una pregunta del señor Orlando Escobar. We have a question from Mr. Orlando Escobar, Mr. Dr. Beharry, and he says, in Spanish, ¿cuál es el tiempo de estimación de una aventura de alianza público-privada de origen privado? What will be the estimated time for an adventure, as he qualified in his question, for a public-private partnership which origins from the private sector? Dr. Beharry?
Okay, that's a very good question. And I can say that a reasonable estimated time frame could be anything from 2 to 3 years from beginning to completion. And I can also give you as empirical evidence, we, in our own case in Trinidad and Tobago, we received the reports of the IDB study in 2018, in January of 2018, and we submitted the recommendation for implementation of the PPP to the ministry in July of 2018. The process itself was activated in 2019, October, December 2019. And we have successfully brought the IDB on board as an expert institution, a multilateral lending institution, to guide the process, which, as you can see, was recently launched some 2 weeks ago. So there are some complexities in terms of the public sector bureaucracy gaining approvals from the respective institutions, ministries, and the cabinet, and then moving to implementation, and then finding the right resources to go about the procurement process. Our estimation, for example, in our own case, is that the project should come to a completion, the procurement phase, by September, October of 2023. So that's one example. I think I've heard another example, and maybe when Dr. Carol Pickersgill comes in to speak during her session, she can tell you of the experience in Jamaica with respect to the implementation timeline and the steps in the process, the PPP process, as it occurred in Jamaica. But yes, you're looking at a minimum of 2 to 3 years. Any other questions?
Yes, most of the time, I want to make a comment. Most of the time, these processes also are affected, for example, in some Latin American and Caribbean governments, because the tenures of the governments are usually between within 4 and 5 years. So when the initiative starts, it is better if they start right either at the start of a government tenure. So by the fifth year or fourth year of a government, it could be completed. But when they start on a third or fourth year, then it takes to for completion, on the next tenure, and which usually requires some sort of a good communication between one administration and the next one. Tenemos otro comentario del señor José Aguilar. Excelente presentación de la experiencia del expositor. ¿Qué país tiene el mejor modelo de PPP para puertos? Dr. Bahari, the question is, he's saying, Mr. José Aguilar, that excellent presentation, congratulate you. And he's asking, from your standpoint, which will be the best public and private partnership model either in the region or in the world, that of the ones that you have studied, whether you will consider the most complete one?
I would have to say that you would have to approach answering such a question by looking at the peculiarities of the different countries and what their own situation is in order to assess the suitability of a particular model of the PPP for implementation. And so that I don't know that there's a singular a country that stands out that we can say, this is your model you want to. Every country has its own unique socioeconomic, political, and cultural environment, and the PPP model has to be adapted to suit the peculiarities of the individual country and to work within the constraints of the culture of development of that country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bahari. Un último comentario de Gabriela Verde Soto y pasamos a la siguiente sesión. Gracias por su exposición excelente. ¿Qué recomendaciones daría en los casos de alianza público-privada dadas con los contratos respectivos, en la que se evidencian después de 5 años que el beneficio económico es solo para el privado y el gobierno sigue subsidiando los gastos que genera ese proyecto? Let me do it in English, Dr. Bahari. The lady Gabriela Verde Soto is asking, thank you for your excellent presentation. What would be your recommendations in regards to the public and private partnerships, given that the respective contracts, the evidence is that after 5 years, the economic benefit is only for the private and the government still subsidizing the expenses that the projects generate?
I'm not quite clear. I understand the question, but if the question is in relation to the short-term contracts, where essentially what you are bringing in is managerial expertise over a 3 to 5 year period, then that is exactly what the contract is there to achieve: a management of the facility over the short term, after which the government reassumes control of the facility. So those are, let's put it this way, those are not necessarily sustainable solutions over the long term. By definition, they are short-term contracts, 3 to 5 years, and the expectations and the anticipation for transformation has to be placed within the context of the short-term nature of that agreement.
Yeah, she's asking about, let me see if I can rephrase it for you again. Basically, after 5 years, there's an economic benefit only for the private. But the government still subsidizing the expenses.
Yes, the government usually is going to pay a fixed fee per annum for a management contract for the duration of the short term, whether it's 3 or 5 years. At the end of that contract period, the facility reverts to the government, and the government continues to operate the facility as it sees fit. So the exposure in terms of expenditure and cost is in relation to the contract duration period over the short term of 3 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you. We have a last
Dr. Barry, Miguel.
Hi, Darwin. How are you doing today? Welcome.
Fine. I noticed you just attempted to clarify the question, but I think Dr. Bahari, what the question is focused on is the intent of the PPP is to bring relief to a challenging, maybe unsustainable or maybe bloated government environment. And the government enters into a partnership with the private sector, and that private sector entity is, after 5 years, receiving the benefits of the partnership. However, there continues to be subsidies in various forms. Some of it is tax subsidies, infrastructural upgrade subsidies, and various forms. And so the question is, how do you then justify, I think that's what the person is asking, the concept, and ensure that the benefit does not go in one direction after a particular time. There should be mutual benefit throughout the lifespan. And in this case, it seems as if this agreement is extending beyond the 2 to 3 years that you are referencing. So it's a long-term agreement. And just to highlight, we have one in Antigua here. It's a 30-year arrangement. And I won't get into the specifics, but it might be one of those type of PPP arrangement that's being referenced here.
Okay, Darwin, thanks for your comment. My understanding of the question was in relation to short-term contracts, a duration of 3 to 5 years. So my response is in the context of that particular question. And I can give you the experience at the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, where in the first decade of the new millennium, the Port Authority entered into a short-term contract with a management operator coming out of the United Kingdom, in which they brought on board their managerial expertise. But in terms of chief executive officer, operations manager, maintenance, equipment manager, and so on, for a duration of 3 years, and they managed the facility over that period. In that case, there was no capital investment made by the private management operator, nor indeed was there any investment of significance made throughout that 3-year period. They were simply bringing their managerial experience to the table. At the end of the period, I think the Port Authority was dissatisfied with the outcomes, and they therefore terminated the agreement. I am not sure if you wanted to ask a question in relation to a long-term contract that you have in Antigua, but that's a different question.
Oh no, I was basically listening to Miguel's the question that he read, and the person was actually intimating that after the first 5 years, just as you mentioned, the government has given ownership, and after 5 years, it appears as if with the subsidies, only the private sector is benefiting, and the person was asking, how do you manage that? And I think in short, it would all come down to, Miguel, I hope you don't mind if I just insert a little bit there. You too, Dr. Barry. It's all based on what you negotiate. And I can basically say that some of it has to do with the continuation of governments, whether the negotiating parties are the same from the beginning or if it changed in the middle. But at the end of the day, if you negotiate effectively and efficiently in the interest of the public, knowing that it's public asset, then there should be a corresponding benefit coming back over a period of time, and it shouldn't be going in one direction.
Let me just say, Darwin, in terms of short-term contracts that last for 3 to 5 years, you should try to limit your expectations in terms of sustainable outcomes. Let's put it that way.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much to have you over, Darwin. You will be moderator another session, but thank you very much for providing us a little bit more on help on that. I know you have a lot of experience in this area also. Okay, we're going to continue with the next session. Sorry that I've been switching between English and Spanish. Okay, I want to apologize on that. La siguiente sección es la sección 2, evaluación de la ejecución del siguiente bloque. Evaluación de la adecuación de los puertos al modelo de desarrollo de alianza público-privada. Voy a comenzar describiendo al señor Sander Jansen, gerente regional de desarrollo de negocios para Latinoamérica y el Caribe de Maritime and Transport Business Solutions. Él nos estará acompañando, ya puso su presentación. Deme un minuto. Give me a minute, Sanders. Okay, Mr. Sander Jansen holds his international business development experience. He holds a degree from the Erasmus University at Rotterdam in operational auditing. He's a consultant, owner consultant located at the Netherlands, and is a senior management business development Latin American and Caribbean for MPBS, Maritime and Transport Business Solution, and a member of its advisory board member. Mr. Jansen, welcome. We are ready for you. You may open your camera too.
Okay, the question is, can you hear me? Yes, and can you see my screen as well?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Rovira, for this opportunity to speak. Thank you also for CELA, the organization that is hosting this interesting webinar about PPP. Because of time, I'll try to speed up a little bit. We're running a little bit out of time, and also on my own agenda, it's a little bit tight. But before we go into PPP, from our consultancy experience, I would just briefly introduce our company for those who don't know. Maritime Transport Business Solutions, MTBS, that's called. So very quickly, we are a port consultant from the Netherlands. We have a global reach, and we're actually recognized for our content driven approach. We have a strong track record of 15 years in the business, and we have about 35 consultants that are fully dedicated to the port sector. So we're not tied to any of the terminal operators or ports. We're an independent and international company. And what is important to mention is that from our senior experts, a lot come from the industry, including myself from APMT. I've worked for 10 years, over 10 years for APM Terminals, also in Latin America, based in Panama. But we have also colleagues from Boskalis, Port of Rotterdam, etc. So we bring a lot of knowledge to the business. The last thing I want to mention here is that whenever we do a project, it is very important that we share our knowledge, so that we bring the knowledge to the team, and that when we leave, the project owners actually can continue and have the knowledge that we provide. If we just put all of our business on one slide, you get a picture like this. very briefly, we focus on four elements. One is strategy, in which PPP is placed as well. We look at valuation of projects. We do also a lot of financing, and we are focusing more and more on transaction advisory. And one of our new endeavors is M&A, so full buy side and sell side advisory on port transactions. One other thing I would like to mention here is that within our company, we have a training and summits profession, which is Port Finance International. And so we organize summits and do training. So for the industry, it's very interesting to learn from our experience in other regions in the world. Good to know. I'll skip this slide, but just briefly to highlight, these are the products that we normally sell or that we do. It's a lot of studies and master planning, but also, as I said, recently sell side and buy side transactions, and of course, relevant for this session, we have a lot of PPP experience. Our clients are throughout the whole supply chain, so from port authorities all the way up to banks and equity firms, but we have also a lot of shipping lines and terminal operators as our clients. Globally, we have a strong foothold in Europe, Africa, and Middle East, but we're expanding into Latin America because we see a lot of potential there. We've done quite a few projects there already. We do about 50 projects a year. So in the last 15 years, you can calculate how many there are, but we've done a few. And all the knowledge that we learn and that we get from the projects, we bring to new projects. So we build upon our learnings as well. This presentation will be shared afterwards, so you can go through. We have a long project reference list that explains a little bit more on each of the projects, but this is just a quick overview of what we've done in Latin America and the Caribbean. And as you can see, also Trinidad and Tobago is one of our clients currently. So very interesting. So let's go into PPP and then in the global environment. The question was actually to do a case on Africa. However, I won't be able to do that because Frank Luisman, who was supposed to do this, is unable to join the session. So I'll be a little bit more on high level PPP projects and what we see from a consulting perspective. First, it's good to know, why do you do a PPP transaction? And I think Mr. Mehari already explained that very well, but it is indeed to identify the most effective and efficient solution for a project objective, so both technical as well as financial. So managing this transaction is crucial. And when you do that, you have to look at the structuring of the project, which is all about balancing the risk between the public and the private sector. It's business case driven, and the business case should be bankable. And I think I'm going to repeat a little bit what Mr. Mehari already explained, but forgive me for that. You can always ask questions afterwards, and we'll be able to elaborate more. The procurement process is also very important, but then what is crucial here is before you decide and commit to a transaction and start implementing, you have to prepare it very well. And it's all about structuring the project based on local conditions. None of the PPP concepts are comparable. They're comparable, but all of them are unique. And I also think that was already mentioned. But the structure has to be such that it's a viable business case. And what we see is very important is that you have or that you consult the market upfront in the preparation phase. So potential terminal operators, potential investors should be consulted before you really decide and commit, so that you can take all their concerns and their requirements into the equation of the business case. Then if you look at the contract itself, what we see that is at least very important to take into consideration is the length of the concession contract. Also step-in rights for banks and financiers. You have to have a clear termination compensation. Also, how do you hand back after the concession expires? You have to clarify that upfront. And then last but not least, and also again mentioned already, but capacity management is crucial. So it has to be there has to be a port master plan in place so that you can so that you know how the port is developing and how your project evolves in that. So value, I mentioned it a couple of times, is crucial. I won't go into the details of this formula, but it's all about net present value, of course. And there's three elements we want to highlight, and that is the free cash flow, the growth, and risks. If we look at value, what we believe is that when we have a project, investment goes up front. Then later on, you have revenue streams, and during the project life cycle, you also have maintenance costs and running costs. So the key thing here is to try and push as much of the investment backwards in time and pull as much of the revenue forward so that you get a healthy free cash flow. One of the things you can do is phasing the project. So ensure that you already start operating part of the project as soon as possible and start generating revenue. With regards to the growth, I think the most important thing here is to mention that we've seen that private terminal operators, with their experience in operational excellence, they're the best positioned to ensure the continued growth of the project. I think that's the crucial experience that we would like to share here. Then lastly, of that formula, that's the element of risk. And of course, risk, there's many risks. We have construction and development risk, but also market operational risks and financing or funding risk. But the thing here is that it's very important that you that you put the risks at the place that they're managed best. So PPP is a tool that really enables that you put risks at the operational risks at the operator, and you put political or financing risks at the public side, or you can play with that depending on the situation. These are a couple of PPP structures that we see throughout the world. Some of them are known to you, maybe others not. And again, this is not exclusive, but you have the typical landlord model all the way up to build, operate, and transfer concession tenders. So each has their pros and their cons, but we see them all. So again, to stress here is that depending on the local situation, the country, and the client, you work together on optimizing that structure. This is well, in another slide, the same message, I would say. You have a business case for the Port Authority, you have a business case for the operator, and actually you want to align those. It could be that by optimizing concession fees, either under the Port Authority or under the operator, you can play with that. But if you integrate these two models, you can optimize it for both, and there can be flows of cash back to the Port Authority if that's beneficial. Revenue drivers I won't go into because they're obvious, but yeah, so it's important to have both elements integrated. So lessons learned, what have we seen? I've mentioned it before, but there's no unique PPP contract that is working everywhere. So no one size fits all, as it says here. It's it's a local structure that you look for. Then what we also see is that when you place risks at various places, you have to also adjust your returns on that. So you can't expect to push risks to a counterpart, but expect the same returns. You have to play with that, be realistic, and also. Lastly, also mentioned before, but early assessment of the investors, so you have their opinions, their concerns included upfront, is really helping the success of the project. So to conclude, I think a successful tender procedure for PPP depends on the national master plan for port. The transaction has to be carried out by, of course, a fully authorized concessioning authority. Early involvement, tender should be business case driven. So both for the port authority as well as for the terminal operator. It has to be feasible for both sides. So you get cooperation instead of friction. And then the concession contract should be bankable. Again, preparation is key. To conclude, this is a list of some of the PPP projects that we've done globally. I've mentioned before that we have an extensive project reference sheet where each of these projects are elaborated on a little bit more. So feel free to ask for it, and we'll share. That's it. Thank you so much, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Sander. Highly appreciate your participation. Just to recap two very important things that you mentioned. First, that the model doesn't fit everyone, that governments and private should look into a model that fits a country, its own characteristics. The next one, that it all depends on the master plan of the country, very important. On my experience working at the Panama Maritime Authority, it is very important that the countries have a maritime policy, a maritime strategy in terms of where they want to go in terms of the development of their port and maritime sector. And that is because, of course, that's where the policy it's the policy of the country is based. And another thing that I remember from those days is that who is the person responsible for the transactions is very important. I remember that when Panama started in these processes, first contracts were made by the Minister of Finance and the Ministers of Economics, depending, the country didn't have much experience in terms of who was going to be politically, responsible, and even though a maritime authority was actually in their first steps, so that's another point that is very, very interesting to make sure, so that we allow that the governments align with one authority all the responsibility and the leadership in terms of this type of developments. Ok, abrimos la sesión para preguntas por parte del panel. Si alguien tiene alguna pregunta o un comentario para el señor Jansen. Any questions from the audience? ¿Alguna pregunta por parte de la audiencia? ¿Algún comentario? Ok, viene uno. Ajá, el señor Alejandro Arboleda pregunta, señor Jansen, ¿puede colocarnos algunos ejemplos de este tipo de contrataciones en América Latina? Mr. Jansen, will you please provide us with some examples of this type of contracts in Latin America?
Yeah, I think what we can do is I've shared it on one of the slides. My experience with MTBS. I have not been involved with these projects myself so far, so I cannot speak from my personal experience. So I prefer to elaborate through that list. And if you have any questions on those projects, I will be able to direct you to one of my colleagues that really knows how these projects went, if that's okay.
Sure, it's okay. Lo que vamos a hacer, señor Arboleda, es el señor Sander está también reemplazando a uno de sus colegas que tenía un compromiso. Vamos a escribir en el chat el correo electrónico de la coordinación del área de recuperación económica, a donde entonces vamos a anotar la pregunta y si usted nos puede mandar la pregunta a recuperación _económica@cela.org y vamos a canalizarle la pregunta entonces directamente a su correo electrónico. Bueno, de igual forma el señor Sander acaba de incluir su correo electrónico, sanders.jansen@mtbs.nl para cualquiera que quiera dirigirle alguna pregunta. Bueno, por cuestión de tiempo vamos a continuar entonces con el siguiente ponente de esta mañana. Que es el señor Eduardo Lugo. Eduardo nos va a hablar sobre el arrendamiento y la concesión del desarrollo portuario en el caso de Panamá específicamente. Para leerles un poco sobre, darles una idea de Eduardo. Eduardo Lugo is Director General of Maritime and Logistic Consulting, a dynamic executive with over 40 years of experience in international trade, logistic planning and management, maritime transportation, intermodal, multimodal, and supply chain management, expert in market research, analysis and consulting, president and CEO with Maritime and Logistic Consulting Group. Mr. Lugo is a former Latin American representative with the Port of Long Beach, California. He holds a master's degree in port management and intermodal transportation, a bachelor's in science degree in business administration, and several executive seminars in logistics, supply chain, management, ports, planning, and maritime transportation. Mr. Lugo publishes articles in specialized magazines. He has lectured in universities in Panama, Mexico, and Spain, as well as participate as a speaker in industry conferences and is a former Dean of Logistics, Maritime, and Port Faculty with the Universidad Interamericana de Panamá. He has conducted studies and prepared marketing and industry information for top management officials at the Panama Canal Authority. He had active participation in developing and leading studies for the canal expansion. And as a canal representative, Mr. Lugo was nominated by the President of the Republic of Panama and his cabinet to become a member of the committee for the concession of the Farfán Palo Seco Container Terminal. He participated as a member in the committee that developed the general law for ports in the Republic of Panama. Mr. Lugo, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Cela, and good to see you, my friend Adrian. Thank you to the University of Trinidad and Tobago for letting us participate in this seminar. It is a pleasure for us to be part of this and to join the rest of the colleagues and friends who are also delivering speech in this webinar. I'm going to switch to Spanish. My presentation is my slides are in English, but I'm going to switch to Spanish. And what I was asked to conduct a presentation on the Panamanian experience in private sector participation in ports. Gracias a todos por tenernos en esta oportunidad y básicamente vamos a estar conversando sobre la experiencia de Panamá en el proceso de participación privada de empresas privadas en el sector portuario. Usualmente cuando se refiere a la participación privada en puertos panameños, siempre se refiere a puertos de contenedores usualmente, pero realmente tenemos una gran variedad de terminales que son operadas hoy en día por operadores privados. Como bien indicó José, he estado involucrado en diferentes temas relacionados con la actividad portuaria en Panamá. En el año 2005-2006 hubo una condición que se llamaba la equiparación portuaria, y como parte de mi trabajo cuando fui funcionario de la Autoridad del Canal de Panamá, me tocó participar como miembro de ese grupo que dio algunos elementos para tomar decisiones en el proceso de equiparación portuaria en los puertos nacionales. En ese momento estaban vinculado esto a los puertos de contenedores, y también participé en la ley o en el desarrollo de la Ley General de Puertos en Panamá. Un poco de nosotros. Maritime and Logistics Consulting Group es una empresa de consultoría que, al igual que Sander, colega y amigo, nos dedicamos a hacer proyectos de consultoría en temas de logística, puerto y transporte en general. Hemos hecho varios proyectos. Nuestro mercado principal es América Latina y el Caribe, pero hemos estado realizando algunos trabajos fuera de la región, en Norteamérica, en Medio Oriente, en Asia, en Groenlandia, por ejemplo, y contamos con una serie de socios estratégicos, de clientes del sector privado, clientes del sector público, con los cuales hemos estado desarrollando más de 90 estudios desde el año 2004 que la empresa fue inaugurada. La agenda de nuestra presentación de hoy se va a distribuir en tres partes o en tres tópicos. Primero, una introducción breve sobre la experiencia de Panamá en el sector portuario, cómo se ha estado dando la participación del sector privado en los puertos panameños, y una pequeña explicación sobre el modelo panameño y cuáles han sido los resultados de esta participación del sector privado en los puertos de nuestro país. Como información general, en Panamá existen 46 puertos o terminales, entre puertos pequeños y puertos concesionados o privados. 26 de estos puertos son administrados por el gobierno, por la Autoridad Marítima de Panamá. Principalmente son puertos menores. Un total de 20 terminales son privadas o están siendo administradas y operadas por empresas privadas. Y la entidad que regula o que maneja estos temas es la Autoridad Marítima de Panamá. Como bien indicó José Miguel Rovira, antes de la creación de la Autoridad Marítima de Panamá, estos temas de participación privada se vinculaban o se llevaban adelante, ya sea por el Ministerio de Comercio e Industria o por el Ministerio de Hacienda o Economía y Finanzas en su momento. Del sistema portuario, la inversión que ha realizado el sector privado en el desarrollo de infraestructura portuaria es muy importante. Es de notar que un gran porcentaje de las inversiones de capital que se han realizado en puertos panameños se ha concentrado en puertos de contenedores. Prácticamente 2.5 mil millones de dólares han sido invertidos en terminales en el sector Atlántico y Pacífico de Panamá, en terminales que tienen que ver con manejo de líquido, de oil and gas. Se han invertido cerca de 1.2 billones de dólares en el desarrollo de esta infraestructura y se han desarrollado terminales de cruceros. De manera que, como indiqué hace un momento, no solo tenemos terminales de contenedores, sino que Panamá también ha desarrollado una infraestructura o se ha invertido en una infraestructura portuaria que abarca diferentes negocios de la industria marítima y portuaria. Las terminales portuarias privatizadas o que tienen participación del sector privado se encuentran en diferentes regiones del país. En la región de Bocas del Toro y Chiriquí tenemos Petroterminales y Boca Fruits, y la mayoría de estas terminales se encuentran concentradas en la región interoceánica en ambas entradas del Canal de Panamá, en el Pacífico y en el Atlántico o el Caribe panameño. Como indiqué hace un momento, los puertos del sector privado son puertos menores que usualmente atienden mercado de cabotaje y esa es la vocación a la cual hasta el momento se han estado abocando estas terminales, pero desde hace varios años, en 1977, inicia este proceso de participación del sector privado. Con el oleoducto o con la construcción del oleoducto entre el Pacífico panameño en el área de Chiriquí y el Atlántico, comenzó a darse esta participación en 1977 con Petroterminales de Panamá, que es una empresa americana que tenía intereses en desarrollar el negocio de trasiego de combustible desde Alaska a la costa este de Estados Unidos y se hacía a través del Istmo Panameño. Petroterminales nace como una iniciativa privada, se presenta este proyecto al gobierno, se lleva adelante y en este caso este es uno de los ejemplos en donde el gobierno panameño tiene una participación accionaria dentro del negocio. De allí en adelante, principalmente, como podemos ver, prácticamente todas los ejemplos de inversión en el sector privado han sido por iniciativas privadas, excepto un par de ejemplos que ahora les voy a indicar. En el año 1993 toma en velocidad este proceso con las concesiones de terminales que inicialmente en el 93 de Manzanillo International Terminal, que era una terminal que fue diseñada para el manejo de carga rodada y posteriormente fue convertida en una terminal de contenedores y hoy en día es una de las más importantes en el país. Surge y nace este proceso más acelerado de participación del sector privado en terminales portuarias. 3 años más tarde, luego de que se da la concesión de MIT, surge la de Colón Container Terminal, que es una participación de Evergreen, Colón Container Terminal, en el 96. En el caso de 1997, el primer o único proceso de licitación pública que se da para la adquisición de terminales portuarias en el Atlántico y Pacífico de Panamá son las que hoy maneja Panama Port Company, que eran terminales que fueron construidas en el año en los años en donde estaban los americanos en Panamá, eran infraestructuras ya existentes y el gobierno nacional decide que esas infraestructuras se colocaban en un proceso de licitación que al final fueron adjudicadas a Panama Port Company. El resto de las intervenciones de este sector en temas de puertos han sido iniciativa privada. En el 2002, una terminal de líquidos en el Pacífico de Cal. En el 2006, Colón 2000, una terminal de cruceros en el Caribe. En el 2008, PSA en el Pacífico panameño desarrolla su terminal portuaria. En el año 2010, la terminal de líquidos en Melones también se concesiona. Panama Colón Port Terminal en el año 2013, la cual ha sido recientemente adquirida por MSC o por TIL, y la terminal de AES, que fue concesionada y construida en el año 2019. Podemos apreciar en esta filmina que principalmente el proceso de privatización o de participación privada en el sector portuario panameño a través de contratos, ley de concesión, toman vigencia y toman mucho desarrollo desde el año 1993. El gobierno ha estado impulsando el desarrollo de estas actividades del sector marítimo y portuario en Panamá, y es uno de los sectores que mayor aporte dejan hoy en día al Producto Interno Bruto del país. Una pequeña reseña de algunas de las terminales construidas. Arriba pueden ver a la izquierda, la de Colón 2000 y la terminal de crucero. En el recuadro inferior derecho, una terminal que fue construida y su construcción fue fondeada o fue generada a través de la Autoridad Marítima de Panamá. Esta no fue construida con fondos privados, sino con el gobierno, pero quería colocarla como un desarrollo adicional que tenemos en terminales de crucero. El resto de las construcciones y de las terminales en el país son terminales que se han desarrollado con inversión del sector privado. Tenemos terminales de graneles secos, terminales de Bahía de las Minas, Minera Panamá. Tenemos terminales de graneles líquidos en el Caribe y en el Pacífico panameño. Tenemos terminales de contenedores, y hoy en día, y por eso se destaca mucho la participación de Panamá como uno de los centros de transbordo regionales más importantes en América, tenemos operadores globales que están participando en el mercado de contenedores en el país. De forma de que se ha destacado mucho la participación del sector privado de contenedores. En el Pacífico también tenemos 3 terminales adicionales de contenedores, y tenemos en Bocas, Boca Fruit Company en el Caribe panameño. ¿Cuál es la característica o la principal característica del modelo de gestión de participación privada en el sector panameño? Desde la creación de la Autoridad Marítima de Panamá, el ente regulador de esta actividad es la Autoridad Marítima de Panamá. Las iniciativas generalmente provienen del sector privado. El sector privado levanta un proyecto, presenta un proyecto, discute el proyecto con la autoridad, y de ahí este proyecto debe elevarse a un contrato ley con la nación y va a una concesión. Debo mencionar que hace un par de años, muy recientemente, se creó en Panamá una ley de APP, o de participación público-privada, o de asociación público-privada. Esta ley ya tiene su reglamentación, pero al momento todas las terminales que están operando y todas las concesiones que se han dado al momento han sido bajo este esquema de concesión ley de la República. En estos contratos de concesión siempre se incluyen términos generales, como ya los discutidos y apuntados por Adrián y por Sander, en donde se contrata una inversión de capital usualmente va relacionada por fases de desarrollo del negocio, y estas fases de desarrollo usualmente van ligadas o vinculadas a un nivel de volumen o desempeño de tráfico de carga en las terminales. El gobierno cobra un monto variable. Ese monto variable está dado por movimiento en el caso de contenedores, y cobra un monto fijo. Usualmente este monto fijo por tierra, cuando es el caso, o por frente de mar, que se cobra un porcentaje también o un monto fijo por el uso de frente de agua que se utiliza. El modelo tradicional de los desarrollos portuarios en Panamá es el BOT. El concesionario construye, opera y luego del periodo de concesión transfiere al gobierno panameño las propiedades inmuebles y retira o debe retirar los bienes muebles. Hasta el momento no hemos llegado a cubrir ese segundo periodo. Muchas de las concesiones, como por ejemplo la de Manzanillo International Terminal, las de Colón Container Terminal y recientemente las de Panama Port Company, han cumplido su primer periodo de contrato y se les ha otorgado una renovación del contrato para un periodo adicional. En el caso de todas las concesiones, usualmente se da 20 años con una cláusula de renovación. En el caso de Panama Port Company, que tiene las terminales de Balboa y Cristóbal, se les otorgó un contrato de concesión por 25 años renovables. Otra característica de las concesiones en Panamá, a diferencia de las concesiones en muchos otros países, y esto se da debido a la particularidad del negocio panameño en materia portuaria, las tarifas no son reguladas. Muchos contratos de concesión o muchos proyectos de concesión en los que he participado se tienen tarifas fijas o tarifas máximas, o las tarifas son reguladas por algún ente regulador en los países, pero en el caso panameño las tarifas están dadas a la libre oferta y demanda, no son reguladas, y hay una competencia bastante libre en el tema de materias tarifarias. Los concesionarios tienen muchos beneficios, entre esos algunos exenciones en temas de impuestos de importación, impuestos para maquinaria, para materiales que deben usar o que utilizan para la construcción, operación y equipamiento de la terminal, y en algunos casos tienen algunas exenciones en impuestos sobre la renta. Esas son las características generales que tienen los contratos del modelo de concesión que se ha dado en Panamá de manera general. Usualmente no participa el gobierno. Dos casos en los que esto es una excepción es en el caso de Panama Port Company, en donde el gobierno tiene un 10% de participación accionaria, y en el caso de Petroterminales de Panamá, pero en el resto de las terminales panameñas en donde se le ha otorgado al sector privado la participación, el gobierno o el Estado solamente es el regulador y no tiene participación en ello. Este desarrollo portuario que se ha dado ha llevado a Panamá en colocarlo en el principal centro de transbordo en la región en materia de carga contenerizada. Los principales jugadores globales, operadores de terminales globales, están ubicados en Panamá. La posición de Panamá como centro de transbordo es privilegiada y una de las primeras en la región. Aunque tenemos una población de 4.5 millones de habitantes, manejamos mucho más carga o muchos más contenedores que en muchos países de América Latina, incluyendo México y Brasil. Tenemos un índice de conectividad portuaria muy alto debido a el tráfico que se da a través del Canal de Panamá, la interconectividad que se da por el ferrocarril transísmico entre los puertos del Caribe y del Pacífico panameño, y la conectividad marítima que se da a través de nuestros puertos. En temas de graneles líquidos, que muy poco se habla de eso, hoy en día Panamá está entre los principales jugadores en el mercado de distribución de búnker a buques y ocupa la posición número 5 a nivel global en cuanto a el suministro de búnkers a buques en el mundo. Creo que con esto termino mi participación. Cualquier pregunta estamos a la orden y con mucho gusto atenderemos sus inquietudes. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Eduardo, por tu participación. Hemos visto del primer bloque lo que es la definición de un modelo, pasando por las compañías que trabajan y están directamente relacionadas con el desarrollo de los mismos, hasta ir llegando a lo que es un ejemplo en el cual muchas de las características de esas alianzas que se dan entre el sector público y privado se van evidenciando, ¿no? No sé si alguien tenga alguna pregunta. Nos comenta Eduardo Roy Gadgens Cruz. Excelente ponencia. Felicitaciones a todos los panelistas. Y Alejandra Arboleda nos pregunta: regulación internacional, intervención de puertos concesionados. ¿Qué tipo de contratos se han suscrito? No sé si comprendes la pregunta bien, Eduardo.
No la entiendo, pero al igual que han indicado nuestros panelistas anteriores, tanto Adrian como Sanders, existen diferentes modelos. Algunos tienen leyes de APP y utilizan APP para el desarrollo de sus negocios o inversiones en infraestructura portuaria. Otros no tienen leyes de APP, utilizan concesión o utilizan algún tipo de mecanismo que es muy parecido a una concesión. Hay casos, por ejemplo, en Guatemala, que aunque no tengan ley de concesión, se les da otro nombre y han permitido la participación del sector privado de forma de que existe muchos modelos. No hay una regulación internacional en cuanto al tipo de puerto. Sí existen y el Banco Mundial, por ejemplo, ha desarrollado algunos lineamientos y tiene el toolkit en donde se habla de mucho de los mecanismos en que se ha dado en diferentes sitios en el mundo este tipo de concesiones, pero sí usualmente la entidad reguladora dentro de los países tiene la potestad de supervisar, regular y verificar que los puertos que se han dado en participación privada cumplan con lo que se indica en el contrato. Particularmente nosotros estamos supervisando concesiones y fungimos como terceros ante el gobierno, verificando que el concesionario cumpla con todos los términos y concesiones pactados. Existen otros países, por ejemplo, en Costa Rica y en otros sitios, en donde esta supervisión lo hace el sector público. La idea en algunos casos de contratar un tercero es tener un tercero independiente, neutral. El caso del supervisor, cuando lo hace el gobierno, es tener un control más cercano de la actividad portuaria, pero existen diferentes mecanismos que se están dando para esto.
Muchas gracias, Eduardo. Un comentario por parte de una dama aquí que dijo algo. Ajá. Roxana Ortega, excelente presentación del licenciado Lugo, muy clara. Roy Delgado nos dice: excelente saber lo importante que es Panamá para el desarrollo de asuntos marítimos a nivel mundial. ¿Qué hay hacia el 2030? Creo que nos trata de preguntar. ¿Cuánto se estima que sea la capacidad de carga? ¿Qué opinión tiene, señor Lugo?
Ok, usualmente los análisis de capacidad y las inversiones en el aumento de la capacidad portuaria lo hace el mismo concesionario. El operador privado como parte del negocio invierte en la medida que el uso de su capacidad está llegando a ciertos límites. Hoy en día Panamá tiene en el Caribe y en el Pacífico una capacidad portuaria bastante importante. Tenemos capacidad suficiente para atender el tráfico de contenedores que se está dando, y recientemente con la renovación de la concesión o la cesión de la concesión del puerto de Margarita a MSC o a TIL, Panamá tendrá una capacidad de manejo portuario bastante amplio. Tendríamos mucho más capacidad portuaria para atender prácticamente, hoy en día Panamá maneja cerca de 8 millones de contenedores de 20 pies de TEU, y la capacidad debe estar rondando alrededor de los 11-12 millones de TEUs. De manera que con la incorporación de TIL y las inversiones que se realicen en los puertos, se podría estar aumentando la capacidad. Pero este aumento de capacidad no solamente es o se da por mayor tierra, sino que también se puede generar por mejor equipo portuario para poder maximizar el uso por metro cuadrado de las instalaciones que se tienen.
Muchas gracias, Eduardo. Excelente tu participación. Agradecemos. Quisiera pedirle a todos por un minuto que por favor abran sus cámaras. Es importante siempre tener una evidencia de la participación de todos en el día de hoy para nuestras redes sociales. Apreciamos muchísimo. Tenemos en la actualidad alrededor de 113 personas conectadas, ¿no? Así que si me falta, bueno, sí, voy a, así que me regalan una sonrisa al número 3. 1, 2, 3. Muchas gracias, un minuto, voy a tomar una más. Al otro grupo, a la siguiente sección. Saben que tenemos 4 screens aquí de participantes. Ok, listo. Bueno, vamos a continuar. Si nadie tiene más preguntas, vamos a continuar con la siguiente ponencia por parte del señor Thanos Palis, quien es profesor en la Universidad de Pireos. Su presentación es titulada Estrategia de las autoridades portuarias, la experiencia de Grecia con el modelo APP. Vamos a continuar con esta sección donde estamos trayendo a la palestra algunos ejemplos donde veremos pues la aplicación práctica de la teoría que se ha discutido en el primer grupo. Para hablarle un poco del profesor Thanos Palis, voy a hacer el switch al inglés. Thanos Palis is a professor in Port and Maritime Economic and Policy at the Department of Maritime Studies, University of Piraeus, Greece. He is the vice chair of the Port Performance Research Network and founder and co-director of Port Economics. He co-authors the book Port Economics Management and Policy, Routledge 2022. Thanos has been awarded prizes for leading research on container port concessions agreement and on private entry in cruise terminal operations. Currently a member of the International Association of Ports and Harbors Risk and Resilience Committee and the IAPH Cruise Committee. Thanos has worked in shaping ports and maritime logistics on all different continents. He has contributed to research on port development and policy in all different continents, including Chile and Colombia in Latin America, a regular advisor of the European Commission, national governments, and European ports on port issues. He was General Secretary for Ports and Port Policy at the Ministry of Development, Competitiveness, and Shipping, Hellenic Republic, from 2011 until 2022. Secretary General of Med Cruz 2013-2017, and Chief Consultant of UNTAD on the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic on maritime supply chain in Greece from 2020 to 2021. Dr. Tanos, Dr. Pali, sorry, welcome.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope that you can see my presentation and that I have started sharing. Today, I'm going to present some thoughts regarding PPPs and port governance evolution in Europe and especially in Greece. Hope that this will contribute to the discussion on how best to advance the public-private partnerships in Latin America and beyond. Actually, there is a trend. There are several trends, several changes in ports in Latin America and the Caribbean. Here, you see three different things that happen right now. We developed some research on how about the evolution of vessel calls, about the evolution of call sizes and productivity in terminals. And we see that we have some structural changes that are going on this period. We have changes in as regards the number of vessels that visit ports. We have also bigger vessels visiting the container ports, but for most we have a change in the type of call sizes that reach ports in Latin America and the Caribbean. Here you see that we have bigger and bigger call sizes. More TEUs are loaded or unloaded per call at ports, and this provides us some stressful situations, I would say, in all different ports. There is a call for changes and for upgrading productivity. This has not followed in the World Ports Tracker that we developed for the International Association of Ports and Harbors. We see that the increase of movements per TEUs are slow. That means that in the region, one can expect that there will be push and also strong advocacy for improving productivity or making structural changes. That means that we can consider the potential of a further request by privates to enter the market or for governance structures in the region. Is this unique? No, it is not. I would say that if we compare this situation with the European case, things are not different. We see a global trend, and different regions are subject to a global trend. I will not go in details, but obviously you see the trend of the different figures. They are very much similar, and that means that thinking and discussing what's happening in Europe is not irrelevant for Latin America and the Caribbean. It's not to put it next to it, but also it's something that is very relevant and very similar. The tendency, the need for connectivity and accessibility at the higher levels, the need to improve connectivity and accessibility is quite important, both because we need to develop further what is happening operationally, but also because of the need to apply new technologies, digitalization, resilience of the system, and so on, things that we know, but if we put them all together in perspective, along with the push, the regulatory push to adjust to environmental performance, but also the push from the alliances that put extra pressure on ports, demand further upgrades and further changes. What do we have in Europe? In Europe, we have investments that reach ports via three different ways. One of them is port authorities, who keep playing a role as a landlord, but also as more than landlord entities, and I will expand a bit further on this. We have also some supranational organizations like the European Union that contributes in providing funds for very basic infrastructure, for the very core infrastructure of the ports, and also we have private entries. At the same time, though, we have a second development, which is quite important. We have a more advanced coordination of stakeholders of whether these are private entities involved in the use or the provision of port services. And also, we have a broader discussion with the broader communities of port cities of how to expand, how to organize ports in a way that we will be able to accommodate all these 10 different needs that are referred above in this particular slide. More coordination that changes not only the way of thinking, but I would advocate that, and you will see why, that they also have an effect on how we see port governance, on how we develop port authorities in order to play a crucial role in the development and the evolution of ports in Europe and beyond. What is the reply of European ports? We have, if one looks what has happened in the last 20 years, we had changes in all different places, whether this is North Europe, whether this is South Europe. We see that in all different places, whether it's Netherlands and Rotterdam, whether it's Belgium and Antwerp, which is not anymore Antwerp, but is Antwerp and Brest, 2 ports in one. Whether it's France or whether we go a bit north, and I will talk a bit about Italy and then to Greece, we see that we have different changes. All these, except the Greek case, are very much based on the typical landlord policy, a typical landlord model, where the Port Authority is concessioning the terminals, but also is developing as a corporatized entity owned by the public sector, apart from Greece, where we have followed a very different model. In Greece, we decided, and the state decided at some point to opt for selling the Port Authority, and that's something that we will discuss during this presentation. So we have these different trends. And in all of them, I would say that there is a denominator, there is a background, there is a thought that is present, the need to have a broader and a multimodal port governance vision. Is it very theoretical? Is it very specific? I would say that it's very specific operationally because of the need to go further towards understanding and developing collaboration between a hinterland and the port itself, but also, excuse me, but also the need to develop relations with the foreland and so on. That means that we need stronger port authorities. And I would argue that this need for stronger port authorities to have this broader vision, but also to be able to defend the interests of the ports vis-a-vis stronger sealing lines is something that goes as far as the introduction of port authorities cooperation. The idea that we have stronger port authorities than before, and that's quite important. That's quite important because we see merging of port authorities, and this is whether we talk about North Europe, whether we talk about South Europe, we see the mergers of port authorities who tend to be stronger than before. Does this eliminate the need for private investments? I would say no, but it develops a different setting for the involvement of privates and the partnership between ports and between the public and the private sector. It's not only about the way, but also about the strategy where it should head. So here we have a very clear dimension. I would like to say something more, adding one more dimension, which I feel it's very critical, and it has been proved to be critical in the file of means that I will devote to the Greek case. You will realize that it has been critical in the Greek case as well. What has been the way to defend the operational continuity and the resilience and increase the resilience of the port system during the pandemic? What is the implication of technology? Answers can head towards more cooperation between the private actors that are involved in the life of ports. That means that we need development of digitalization, but also we need quite a lot. The transformation of data, the sharing of data between the different actors that are involved. This is something that needs to be considered, and this means that we need trust, leadership, and transparency between the actors are involved. What's happening in the governance of relations in ports, and it's also quite important. You will see we have public-private partnerships are not only about the way that the private actors are involved, for instance, in the operation of the terminal, in the concession of the terminal. We have the development of umbrella associations, whether it's Rotterdam, whether it's Antwerp, and here you see two great examples. We have the development of partnerships referring to the broader organization of the port beyond its gate. And this is the association between private and partnerships, public-private partnerships, in order to develop smoother operations via umbrella associations and organizations. For me, these two parameters are quite important, and I wanted to introduce them in the discussion, obviously, because watching the program, I realized that some other topics would be covered. But then I would like to go in this and spend some time. Okay, to spend some time on what has happened in Greece. And here we have the Port of Piraeus, which is the case of the Port of Piraeus, where we had a major reform. It's well known because it is commonly and very frequently referred as a port that was sold to COSCO, which is not very far from it. While the state typically owns the land, so de jure, as a lawyer would say, it owns the port. In de facto, is a privatization. We have a listing company. The way that Greece proceeded to this privatization was listing the company in 2001, subsequently concessioning two terminals, one greenfield and one that was already in operation. And the third step was in 2016 to give the control of Port Authority to COSCO by selling the majority of the stakes of the shares to COSCO Shipping. That was provisional. That was depending on the presence of substantial investments, but I will explain what happened. There was a condition there, which before going ahead for this 67%. Before explaining further, let me give you a bit more about the model. In the second port of Greece, we followed the same model. The first one was the listing of the port in the stock exchange, and then the taking of control of the Port Authority by selling the shares of the Port Authority. This is the basic model, and it's very much different from the rest of Europe. It provides some opportunities to go and reflect. We have already 5 years since the selling of the Port of Piraeus, or we have already 14 years before the concessions, and we have some experience to reflect. I would like to stress from the beginning that the emphasis here in Greece has been on future investments in throughput rather than other elements. So the whole idea was that how we can substitute the state by private investments, which I have to say that has been a very bad idea. In what sense? What has been bad? Excuse me. What has been bad was the prevailing of this idea and the lack of any thoughts about the rest of the details. Not only about it was not only the initial price was ignored. I mean, was not any emphasis on how much it would be paid, but also other aspects. I refer to the interesting modal split of traffic. There was no discussion about the modal split. We would expect a growth, and we expected, and it happened, but no one focused on the modal split. Other elements like not giving the concessions or for long term was not there, and other elements like the balance of the regulatory balance was really ignored. What happened? Briefly, there have been benefits by this model. There have been benefits like operational benefits. We have registered an increase in containers throughput. We have seen larger vessels call increase. We have seen the acceleration of state investments because of the pressures of the private actor. The presence of a terminal operator which was pushing advanced rail investments and other investments by the state, which were dormant for too many years. We had, and we still have, all the alliances call increase. COSCO has managed to do that. And all this obviously aggregate in an improvement of the line receiving connectivity. We have also the development by the privates of dry ports, whether they are in Greece or near neighboring countries like Bulgaria and North Macedonia. And the final positive thing, I would say, major positive thing, is that yes, we have the trust of bigger users who decide to opt to reach Europe or North Africa or even the Middle East via Greece rather than other ports. The obvious question, though, is whether all this would have happened with concessions only, with more organized concessions, or even these concessions, as I said, we focused on investments rather than else. That's I would say, that would be the plus side. I leave the question unanswered because it has an answer following my penultimate slide. What else we experience by selling the shares of the Port Authority? First of all, the state had to renegotiate 3 times over the last 10 years the initial agreements. Renegotiations of initial agreements seems to be part of daily life. I mean, if you think of that 10 years, 3 renegotiations in 2 ports, they are not few. All of them happened because of a very specific reason. The incumbent, the private operator, and later on the owner of the port, whether this is Piraeus or Thessaloniki, said that we could not develop the investments because of the broader, of the global conditions, of the global economic conditions. And there was a huge, continuous delay of investments, and that was led to renegotiations. Always the state had, there was no way out to admit that the delay of investments could be excused because of these broader conditions, not the national or the local conditions. The second thing is that we in Greece, this model that I described has not been accompanied by a regulatory mechanism that would be effective and would resolve issues between the different service providers and the users. The overemphasis of a container operator, who is not only an operator but is also the owner of the port on the container market, has created problems with those transporting oil products, with those that transport cars at the car terminal of the port of Piraeus and so on. So we have seen the absence of a regulatory mechanism. To me, that my personal point is that this regulatory mechanism, independent regulatory authority, would be essential in Greece for the experience suggests that it was formed but never worked. Could be the local peculiarities, and hope that in other places where we have such initiatives, things work better. By selling the Port Authority, the private Port Authority has faced significant difficulties to renegotiate and discuss a future master plan that would be different from the one that was on the desk 10 years or 15 years ago. The overemphasis on containers. COSCO wants to go ahead with a 4th container terminal, replacing the ship building the ship repairing area function by container terminal is indicated. Sorry. I mentioned before the need of collaboration, and that is a fourth major problem that has emerged by the selling of the Port Authority. Complaints by users. Users do not feel comfortable to share information in the period of data sharing and data technology advancements and so on, because they don't feel that a private Port Authority is the proper leader of this, the proper source of sharing and doing the data mining and data sharing to the entire port community. So we do have a severe problems on this issue. And finally, I would say the tip is that they have a change of ownership. One of the port owners, in the case of Thessaloniki, decided to opt to disinvest from the port and move towards the selling of its shares. And now we have a different ownership than the one that bought 3 years ago the port. This is something that had not been foreseen, and that created several problems. I brought forward these 5 lessons, and also to compare with the plus that we have, the benefits that we have experienced with this very negative, I would say, from my personal perspective, developments, that these are all lessons that are worth to be considered before developing private-public partnerships in other regions. Finally, since we started the preparation of this event, actually last week we had another development with which I would like to conclude my presentation. A third port, Greece had decided to go ahead with a third port and privatization, selling the port of Alexandroupolis. It's a strategic port in the north of the country, where there were, sorry, apologies for that, where there were 2 different bids. And we had 2 different bids that happened only in September. Very soon, at the last week, the government decided to cancel the port sale. The reason? Geopolitical developments. What happens in Ukraine, what happens in Europe, what happens else. Ports are really, really too important to be sold. And I would say that this is a final question that we need to think better of how to concession ports rather than heading for the selling of port authorities. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. I hope that it has been informative for the local case, and I'm looking forward for the continuation of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pallis. Highly appreciated your presentation. We have a little bit constraint of time right at the moment. So only real quick to recap, very interesting how you explained the experience of FRIST, and the most important, how the European community work in general, all together as a network, of course, based in environmental and all the other regulations, and how the technology is being part of the development of the private partnerships in the region. Vamos a continuar con la siguiente exposición por parte del señor Gordon Wilsmeyer, de la Cátedra Kuhn de Logística de la Universidad de los Andes de Colombia. Un momento, por favor. Okay, Gordon Wilsmeyer holds the Kuhn Professional Chair in Logistics at the School of Management, and is director of the Project Office of the Vice President for Research and Management, Research and Creation of the University of Los Angeles, Los Andes in Bogotá, Colombia. At the same time, he's a director of the Hapag-Lloyd Center for Shipping and Global Logistics, and associate Professor for Shipping and Global Logistics, Kuhn Logistic University, Hamburg, Germany. From 2011 to 2017, he worked as Economic Affairs Officer in the Infrastructure Service Unit at the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Previously, he worked at Edinburgh Napier University Transport Research Institute and as a consultant for the United Nations, ECLAC, UNCTAD, World Bank, JICA, IDB, CAF, and the Organization of American States. Mr. Gordon, el piso, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jose. Thank you much for the kind invitation to be here, and apologies that I can only present now in the program. The things I was going to talk about for the next 10-15 minutes is related to port development in the Latin American region. And it's related to work we have been doing also with my previous speaker, Thanos Pallis, and a couple of other colleagues, Sebastian Schorsch and Diana Trujillo at Uniandes. Here, the idea is to reflect a little bit on port governance and institutional structures. I'm going to use the case of Colombia, where we have been doing research. What does the current situation mean for us? I mean, Thanos started to point out in his conclusions about what might be challenges. So if we think about the topic of port governance and institutional structures, we have to remind that it's been over 30 years now since the first port reform in Colombia in 1991, and it has been several decades also for other countries in the Latin American region. Now with this, the concessions became the prevalent method, together with the landlord model in general in the region. And the goals of that were very clear in terms of improving infrastructure, productivity and efficiency, particularly in the container business. Now, that obviously has been decades ago, and we see right now changes in the industry and developments in the political environment as well in the economic environment that should lead us to a reflection analysis of such results, and to really ask us if the present model, including the development of a future vision for our ports, is really still timely. And so with this, here comes the question: how do we organize or reorganize the institutional framework of the Colombian port sector? Or if we want to put it in a Latin American context, the question is, what is the institutional framework and structure we need for the port sector in Latin America in the future? Thanos pointed out some good and negative results of what has been happening in Europe and how changes have been taking place. But so here clearly we have a situation in Latin America that might be different also to the socioeconomic context which we have, and the position our countries have within the liner shipping networks. Before I go further, I would also like to point out that when we talk about governance, it's not only about container terminals or container ports. We have a variety of port infrastructures in each of our countries that is serving different markets that are also part of the port system, and that are usually not really considered when it comes to the institutional structures or port reform considerations. So that might be also something that should be addressed. The thing that the Colombian port sector is facing, as other countries as well, is the energy transition within the countries. We have to work with the idea that we will want to get rid of fossil fuels by 2050. And that will mean, in the long-term perspective of port infrastructure in general, we will need significant changes in terms of provision of new energies. And it will also mean that we need to have a reuse for those ports and terminals that today might be exporting fossil fuels in the region. And obviously, that's only if we take climate change seriously, and I think we should definitely do so. So then at the same time, port and any peer that we have continue to play a fundamental role in the cohesion of each country, and in many regions it also provide a minimum of accessibility where we talk about remote places. So the question in the research then, okay, what are the roles and means by which a government could or might be required to establish a new institutional structure under which a port system will operate in the future in order to respond to new environments? Now, if we think about this, we have a challenge here, port governance challenges that are currently not included in concession contracts in any kind or in the public-private sector relationship. I think from the pandemic, we learned that efficiency as a focus is not enough. We need more than that. So it's not only about this. So do our current contract, our current agreements between public and private sector respond to these other dimensions? In how far do we have an agency for the implementation of GSE standards for the future that will be required if we want to be competitive in global supply chains? In how far do we have any governance and agency in terms of environmental sustainability, thus proactively driving the decarbonization of the port sector and the activities of the private actors as such? And how far are we supporting these private actors in this endeavor? In how far can we drive the internalization of external costs that ports create, which is also necessary in the respect to higher standards that we need in the social and environmental dimensions? And I enjoyed that Thomas pointed that out. There might be political considerations who we are going to interact with in concessions. And we have to not forget that concessions are long-term commitments mostly. And this means then that here political considerations, what we hear in the logistics sector more than when it comes to like things like friend shoring, will this also mean we will only look at a friend investments, or will we then exclude certain companies from certain governments or related to certain types of governments from investments within our ports? And what replications will that have? All right, we have a very prominent case recently in Germany, this investment of a minority share of COSCO in one of the terminals in Hamburg. And those are clearly political considerations that we are not yet discussing in Latin America, but that might come to the forefront as the political instability across the globe increases or remains as it is. The other element, which is also not considered in current concessions, is the power imbalances between actors. So we have very strong global terminal operators or even vertically integrated operators that often deal with local governments. Here I'm not only talking clearly about Colombia, this is all from a Latin American perspective. And then the question is then how far can local actors interact and create a level playing field with those global actors, and also push towards certain expectations from let's say the regional or the country perspective. And clearly there it comes to issues of regulation, of potential market dominance in terminals, and in how far is it wanted or agreeable that one company dominates a significant share of the global trade facilitation, in this case, of the freight access to a country. So then we come to that. So here, what is really the agency and role of the public sector in this? How have we defined this? I would argue not. And the other question is the public sector prepared to address these issues, right, in the port sector? And are we actually do we have the possibility to do that in the current port governance model? This means probably if we take this life cycle perspective of the current or traditional landlord model and the respective institutional structure, we are probably at a certain maturity stage where we would say we need innovation, we need change in order to extend and to evolve, not only to extend, but to evolve the port sector governance model. So the question here is then, okay, how do we create such an extension of that model? How do we drive that? What are the innovation in the governance structures and the institutional structures that we need for that? So we then come to basically the setup. So we have an environment, right, which I mentioned. We have some changes. We have an institutional structure, and we have a strategy of a country how to develop the port system, the port model. And in the 90s, we created a fit between the current environment at that point, the structure and the strategy and that. So we got a result out of it, a result that in many cases was positive. So that worked fine. Now, we probably have a new environment now. The things have changed, and the question is, do we need a new structure and do we need a new strategy for the port system development? And we probably currently have a misfit or a certain misfit between these three elements. So how do we go about to solve this? In this changing environment, we have obviously an individual interpretation of the environment from government, from companies, right? They will take certain strategic decisions on that. We also have changing future expectations of economic actors in how and what type of trade we might have. So this will influence the port system we will need. Then we have obviously certain expectations and strategies from the port industry itself, in terms of what they would expect, in terms of throughput, in terms of technology. We clearly have also research on port governance model that have worked in certain contexts. And what is also clear that one size or one type will not fit all. So then the question is, how do we create this new fit in this changing new environment, and an environment which is also important, which is probably not going to be as stable as in the past, where we see more frequent changes or more volatility in the future. So that might mean that static systems as we build them in the 1990s will not be adequate for the future in this type of governance. So when we come to the research strategy, we worked with interviews on that to get a view on the Colombian perspective here, and which was very important beyond the literature that exists and the interviews, to understand what are the relationships and the perspectives from different actors within the system. So what we did is we said, okay, in order to understand the perception of the governance model, we had clearly in each country, and here, as I said, we take Colombia as an example, we have an institutional structure that's defined by the national legal and regulatory framework in each country. There are previous analysis of such a structure, and on the other hand, we have international experience and perspectives that has been also presented during the course of the seminars, will be presented further on. Now, so if this is the defined, so there's something that's defined. Okay, how it looks like today, and then we have a perception, and this is important. Between the defined the perception, we expect to find differences, because despite the fact there might be a clear regular framework, the perception of what is the responsibility of each of the actors might be different. So there you will probably find different industry perspectives from the public and the private sector. And then there's another question. How would the public or the private sector actors imagine the future responsibilities within a port governance model? So based on the port governance survey that we then did, we tried to find the congruencies and differences in the perception of current and future government responsibilities within the Colombian context. Now, in this sense, here I'm going to present the responsibilities related to port policy only, Actually, there are different sections one could look at, but here I'm going to focus what has to do with port policy. So with this, we have 52 responses from the public and private sector on this. And so what did we do? We applied social network analysis, where you map relationships between people, right, organizations, and you try to find out how closely they are linked, how related are they, and how strong these relationships are. So this means what I will present now here, we have different graphs, where on the one hand, we will present the current state and the future state or desires. And you will then also see by the size of the nodes, the size that the bigger, the more often it was mentioned, the more important these institutions are perceived, so they have high values. And the thicker the lines between institutions, the greater the association in terms of perception. That means the more often they were named together. Now, let's jump to some of the results related to port policy. So here, before we go into detail, we asked them on 12 dimensions, which go from who is defining and developing national ports policy, also to strategic sectors in the port sector, who's responsible for statistics, who's organizing the public sector agencies to exercise port-related competencies. We look at who's representing the ports in the international context, especially IMO, who is adopting the national strategy, who is approving master plans for individual ports, who is approving development plans for individual ports, who is coordinating with other transport policies, which determine local and hinterland connections, who establishes and decides on the structure of the budget, practically in the Port Authority, then who is responsible for adopting environmental legislation related to port, and who is organizing, facilitating, consulting on port policy. So we have 12 dimensions here that we looked at. Now, if we look at the result, this is how it should look, the defined framework, right? So we can see, as is defined by law, the Port Authority in Colombia is a transport ministry, and there are 5 other or institutions that have responsibilities in terms of port policy. As you can see here, what is refined by this written regulatory framework, which is then defined who is here responsible for what in more detail than the responsibility by institution. Now, this is what is written. Now, this is how it is perceived. And this is quite interesting because on the one hand, other agencies and institutions appear, and we can see that institutions like Supertransporte, DIMAR, the National Planning Agency, and the National Infrastructure Agency appear to be very strongly and almost on par with the Transport Ministry, who is the actual Port Authority. Now, which is interesting then, when this is a perception from the public sector, how it is constructed and how the responsibilities are distributed, how would then the public sector itself look into a desired future? And you can see here that a particularly interesting thing is that there is a perception that the Supertransport as an institution should have less saying in terms of port policy. So it should have a different role. So that role should be significantly different in the future. So this is quite interesting. So there seems to be the need that says, okay, something needs to change in this responsibility as how they are perceived today. Now, beyond the actual issue that they're significantly different from what's actually written in terms of responsibility in the regulatory framework that is actually in place. Now, here we can then see also the relationship. It's a little fuzzy, but what we can very clearly see that there is a certain central role for the government in
You still there, Gordon? Do you have an issue?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so then the central role for the ministry is desired in the future. Now let's take a look from the private sector, and you will see this was a very interesting thing. The private sector sees it completely different in the perception, who is responsible for what. And we can see actually that the National Infrastructure Agency is in the center of the responsibility from the private sector. Really in what is written in the law and how it is perceived. So it also means that these responsibilities probably need to be addressed and probably changed, or there is no clear communication on how the institutional structure actually works. There's also a clear message how the future could look like, and that is again is interesting. It's different to what the public sector said how it could look like in the future, or how they would design it. So important here is the difference is when we think about, okay, what governance model do we need? How do we prepare for the future? First, we need to understand that today we most likely have significant differences between the public and private sector.
Excuse me, Gordon.
So these divergencies need
Gordon.
to be addressed somewhere, because it also means when we talk about the port governance,
Gordon, you need to move up your volume.
We probably do not all have the same
Here,
discourse in
está
this,
poseído.
right? So there needs to be, this needs to be addressed. So again, I said there should be more relevance to other institutions, and there's a general desire for greater coordination in the role by the Ministry of Transport, but would actually refers to its actual role as a port authority. So again, here in Colombia, it's then a particular issue that the Maritime Port Authority are separated into institutions, and that also leads to confusion in some of these responsibilities. Now, if we take this with some food for thought for the Latin American perspective, then the question is, are these institutional structures in the region adequate to address the future development of the port sector? I think we can ask the same question for each one of the countries where we work. And we will definitely need more interinstitutional collaborations beyond the Port Authority to address these issues. And a clearer communication what the governance actually looks like and who's responsible for what. And this then opens the other two questions. What is the role of the public sector and the Port Authority in the future? And what agencies does it actually have? And how we develop the competencies that this the sector actually needs and requires in order to respond to these new challenges. So in this sense, this is maybe some food for thought I'll leave with you. Here, thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding this.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Highly appreciated your participation and your recap of all the themes already explained together with these models, relational models that you have showed us that are used in order to make decision making. We're going to move to our next panel due to our constraint of time, but first I would like to propose that we take a 5-minute break. It's 2:55 until 1 o'clock. So you guys could go and pick up a cup of coffee, go to the bathroom, or have a glass of water. Vamos a dar 5 minutos, son las 12:55, volvemos a la 1 de la tarde para que puedan tomarse un vaso de agua o tomarse un café, por favor. Gracias. Ya volvemos. Okay, we are back. Please. Estamos de vuelta. We are back. The next session. La siguiente sección es la de vincular los objetivos a los resultados, evaluación de los resultados exitosos en el proceso de la APP. El siguiente bloque lo va a moderar el señor Darwin Telemac, presidente de la Asociación de Gestión Portuaria del Caribe. The next block will be moderated by Darwin Telemac, which is the president of the Port Management Association of the Caribbean. Darwin, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Miguel. So far, we've had a very informative event, and I'd like to quickly move on. Before I move on, I'd just like to note that we are doing the panel on linking objectives to outcome, assessing and evaluating successful outcomes in the PPP process. We'll be going for 6 minutes. And my name is Darwin Telemac. I will be moderating this event. I am the chairman of the Port Management Association of the Caribbean, better known as PMAC. And as PMAC, we are very grateful for the partnership with CELA. And Miguel, we want to thank you on behalf of the executive of PMAC and the directors. We want to say a special thank you for having us here. Like every other port in the world, we in the Caribbean are interested in looking at some of the discussions that we've heard so far. We are gonna probably be asking you, Miguel, to allow us to engage this panel at PMAC. There's some very valuable insights we've had there, and I just want to put that on the floor that we are interested in having something similar to share with our ports. So I'd like to be brief with the introductions because we've been here for a while, we're way over time. And I'm going to be introducing 3 individuals. One, first off the bat, will be Mr. Arturo Bujanda. And I won't say too much about you, Arturo. You can probably take some time to do that. It just basically says that you are with Bujanda and Allen, and you've produced some work that is helpful in particularly in the capital market as relates to PPPs. And I'll let you go ahead and start speaking to the members of this esteemed panel. Arturo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Darwin. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Arturo Bujanda, and I'm the founder and principal of Bujanda and Allen Infrastructure and Economic Advisors. And today I'm going to talk about financial aspects of P3 port projects in Latin America and the Caribbean. I want to thank Professor Imbert, Ambassador Endara, and the Honorable Rohan Sinanan, also Jose Miguel and Eduardo for the invitation to this panel. So with that, we're going to cover 5 main topics, and I'll be very brief on that. First, we're gonna talk about the P3 structures and risk management. Then we're gonna jump into typical financing instruments, aspects of financial modeling and valuation, Port P3 experience in Latin America in recent years. And lastly, I'm gonna conclude with a review of project finance globally and in the Americas. So the key characteristics of project financing are as follows, right? These are projects that are composed of a special purpose company. This is a project company that is a contractual partner. that is usually newly created or clearly demarcated, right? The loans are based on the expected cash flows of the project, and P3s are basically a risk-sharing mechanism, right? Where you bring equity investors, lenders, public sponsors, and the government, and then the ultimate goal is to build a project asset, right? So the company, it is limited liability, so any capital contribution of the sponsors won't extend the liability beyond the project company. So that gives a lot of safety to investors and lenders as well. And this is typically, they follow the typical project cycle, right? Identification, feasibility, procurement, contracting, construction, and then all the way to the exit. So the P3 structure and risk transferring, right? P3 projects typically involve risks that fall into two categories, right? Risks that are retained by the public sector, and then risks that are transferred to the private sector. So at the bottom left part of the chart, you see the design bid build, and this is when a public authority will contract a firm to prepare the designs and then bid out the project to a different firm for construction, right? So this is not a P3, this is when the public authority pretty much takes the bulk of the project, the private sector involvement is minimum. And then on the top right, we see the privatization, right? That's the other opposite extreme, where the private partner comes and takes over the design, construction, financial, operation and maintenance, traffic and revenue phases of the project. So P3s fall in between these two extremes, right? And that's like the sweet point between the private sector involvement and the government involvement. So one of the critical assets for the project company, right, is the network of contracts that are used to allocate project risks. So this is usually between public and private entities, but it can also push certain risks down to third parties, such as multilateral development banks that can provide guarantees to the asset. Typical contracts include the project agreement, right? The overall P3 agreement, lending agreements, shareholder agreements, construction contracts, operations or operation and maintenance, as well as lending agreements, right? And the key for P3 projects here is to try to find the sweet spot between the project cost, the transfer of risks, and the bankability or financial feasibility of the project, right? So that's where the magic happens, right? If a project is too expensive and there's too much risk, then the project becomes unbankable. If it's bankable, but there is too much risk as well, it becomes unaffordable. If it's too expensive, the banks also will not fund it, right? Nor we will not lend to the project. So the key for the private sector, right, to have a successful tendering project and bring enough private investors to the table and spur competition among them, is to conduct a very robust due diligence and feasibility studies. There is, as with anything, right, there's always specialized firms that, like ourselves, that whose sole mission is to provide in-depth analysis for each of the areas, right? So you got to have your technical and engineering experts, a master plan as well is critical. Then you have the commercial viability of the project. So you got to have a team of economists that forecast market demand, capital investments, operating expenses, the rates, and ultimately to determine the bankability of the project. Then you gotta assess the operations of the port or the target asset, right? Have an operations plan, how much labor is involved, what type of technologies, processes, what type of maintenance is expected. And then you gotta have the analysis of legal and fiscal regulatory frameworks, right? How many free trade agreements your country has? What is the P3 regulation? What are the currency repatriation impacts for the private parties involved? What are the tax implications for them or tax benefits? And then you got to map all the risks, right? What are the general market risks, the project specific risks, and so on. So the risk management process is the next step on a P3 structuring. Usually the P3 is no different than any other risk management process, right? It follows traditional 5 steps, which is a risk identification, then the risk assessment, which involves analyzing and evaluating or trying to quantify the risks, then allocate, so you take as a private entity or transfer each of the risks. And then you mitigate, so you create a list of potential instruments that you will use to mitigate such risks. And then lastly, you gotta monitor, right? The private entity has to have a process in place where all these risks are continuously monitored, and then have a strategy for each type of risk materializing, right? So the next step is everything narrows down to the P3 contract, right? So all these types of negotiations are set up on an agreement, and the key financial terms, right, for both entities, for the private sector and the public sector, typically involve the role of land, for example, the term of the contract, the rates, pricing flexibility, the revenues and payment structure for the public entity, what happened when there are legislative changes that will impact either the market or the operation of the facility, any sort of remedies if the asset is not performing, such as termination, negotiation, or dispute resolution, any guarantees providing in terms that the volumes don't materialize in the port, who's gonna bear that risk? And here it can be sometimes the most appropriate parties are either the public entities, or sometimes multilateral banks also can provide support to provide guarantees in case the revenues don't materialize. So what are the typical financial instruments, right? What do the financing of P3 looks like? So in general terms, right, financing instruments are grouped in 3 main categories. This can be equity, right, which is when an investor comes and puts money in exchange of dividend payments from the revenues. And usually that involves the highest risk, right? Because if the project fails and the revenues don't materialize, pretty much the investors will lose their money. Consequently, they expect higher returns, right, for bearing that extra cost of risk. On the opposite stream, you have debt, which is it's more like an IOU, right? It's like a loan, a regular loan, where a commercial bank issues a loan based on the expected cash flow of the project, and then they have lower risk. Or they have a first priority in terms of controlling the assets of the port. Consequently, the rates that they charge for such loans are lower, and the returns are lower, right? And somewhere in between, there's some mezzanine instruments, right? Mezzanine capital. Typically, most P3 projects, globally speaking, are funded by debt, which it can be issued by banks, commercial loans, or by governments, right, by issuing bonds. Then equity is the next one, in development capital as well. Mezzanine is a little less common, but it is also significant, right? So how do you evaluate the financial feasibility of a project, right? So financial models and valuation it's like contracts as well, becomes this funnel where all your technical studies, your institutional regulations, your fiscal regulations, everything narrows down to the financial model, right? And pretty much in a financial model, you will bring the forecasting of demand, how much containers will come to your port every year, the operating capacity of the port, concession payments, the rates and pricing, variable operating expenditures and fixed OPEX as well. Then the investments, right? What are the capital investments requires to build your pier, your berth, to buy cranes? Then the financing cost as well, right? Sometimes you bring a mix of equity and loans, and you gotta find that sweet spot, and each one of them involves a different cost. Consequently, you have to model those and come out with your financial feasibility, right? What is the bankability of the project? So that usually comes in the form of net present value analysis, internal rates of return, debt capacity, any funding or subsidies that might be required if the forecast shows that revenue won't be enough. And then contingent claims, which are like guarantees, right? What is the expected shortfall that can be anticipated from a forecasting exercise? Who's going to cover that shortfall, and who has to have that rainy fund available in their balance sheet to cover those expenses? So I would say the financial modeling is the most critical aspect of a public-private partnership. So what is the P3 experience in ports in recent years in Latin America and the Caribbean? So I extracted some data from the World Bank PPI database, and here we see the total port investment by country. And this involves public investment and private investment. So it's both sources. For some reason unknown to me, the World Bank database does not include Chile, Panama. I think that Chile and Panama are not included, but with the rest, we can see a very interesting picture, right? And of particular importance is Brazil, right? From 2008 to 2013, they experienced a significant amount of investment, right? Reaching more than $1.5 billion, followed by Mexico in 2013, 2015 as well, and then by Peru as well. Chile probably ranks between Brazil and Mexico. It's also one of the most significant and successful examples of port investment and using the P3 models. In Panama probably ranks in third or fourth place as well. Both are great examples. I have submitted a question to the World Bank inquiring why their data does not include this. But on the next slide, we'll see there's almost a one-to-one correlation between port investment and general economic activity, right? We see the same spikes on the same years in Brazil, and in Mexico is less prominent, and in Peru as well. But you see pretty much is completely correlated, right? So that tells you the importance and relevance of port investments for a country. So, for example, in these top 3 countries for we have data, right? We see the different types of P3 projects, the most important over the years, right? In Brazil, you see there are very familiar names like Santos, like Puerto Maravilla. In Mexico, you see the Manzanillo, Terminal Especializada de Contenedores. You see Tuxpan and some other plants. In Peru, you see Salaverry, San Martín de Pisco as well. And you see the different type of models like we discussed before, right? The build, lease, and transfer, build, rehabilitate, operate, and transfer. Some of these are greenfield projects. Some of these are brownfield projects. And then on the columns to the right, you see the amount of government investment versus the private sector investment. This is investment only on the physical assets, right? So this excludes anything related to soft costs like labor or software or technology. So in perspective, right, this chart shows the importance of public-private partnerships, right? In the case of Brazil, right, it is a clear example of P3 success. This chart can be interpreted as with 9% of government funds, Brazil is leveraging 91% of private investment. And you see that any country comes close to the amount of funds that Brazil is leveraging in port investment, right? These are total funds from 2002 to 2020 on port investments exclusively. So it's amazing what you know, a well-structured P3 project can do, right? When you have a good economic assessment, you have a good financial model, and you have the right regulations in place and a good financial contract as well, where you have all the mechanisms in place to manage the risks, not only for the private sector, right, but also for the government who represents taxpayers and users. That's when the magic happens. And again, a nice way to analyze this is with 9% of the funds that the government of Brazil is leveraging investments that exceed $6 billion, right? So it's 91% of the funds they're leveraging and controlling those investments. So globally, a project finance review has been on a little bit of a bumpy road for the last 2 years due to the pandemic. In the Americas, right, and this includes pretty much the entire Western Hemisphere, we see there are 361 deals that pretty much involve several sectors. Transportation alone, right, involves 33 deals, which amount for $12.1 billion in, I'm sorry, 12.1 million. And this, on the last year, also because of the pandemic and things like that, there's been about a 7% dip from last year, but it's coming back up. In Central and South America, right, which is our key markets today, you see there the amount of deals, and again, this involves all the P3s in different sectors, but you see there Brazil again it continues very strongly. South America has been 4 times more active than Central America, and of particular attention here is Mexico, right, which is lagging way behind countries, comparable economies such as Brazil, for example. So that's probably an indicator of how much the investors are willing to bet on the country. Brazil, clear example of success again. In the top arrangers here, who makes these loans, right? This is the next question. Well, you see there in the Americas, this includes the United States, but a significant portion of this is in Latin America as well. Mitsubishi is the #1, followed by Sumitomo, and then Santander, then by the French Société Générale, and then China Investments is on 5th place. And you see there the amount of proceeds that everybody's funding, right? And again, this is involving other sectors, but they'll give you a general indication of who has more appetite for risk, who is investing the most, in South America. And these will be the same players that will be looking to invest in your port. So how we can help? Buchanan and Allen, we're transportation leaders, doers, problem solvers. We love data. We are very passionate about project finance, infrastructure planning, and economics. Our goal is to help communities and companies to build and expand transportation assets in the most efficient manner. We typically work with port authorities around the world, infrastructure funds, railroads, airports, other consulting firms, departments of transportation, and our main services include port advisory in all types of cargoes, right? Containerized, non-containerized, roll-on, roll-off. We're specialists on providing P3 advisory in infrastructure development, asset lifecycle, CapEx planning, and so on. So we'll be launching our website in the next month, and we're very excited about it. And with that, I'm very grateful for your time, and I'll remain here for any questions. Muchas gracias y que tengan un excelente día. Hasta luego.
Darwin, are you there? Darwin?
Mr. Miguel, go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
All right, good. Well, thank you very much, Arturo, for your presentation. Very, very interesting and very important perspective.
Well, St. Martin's not in Barbados, wherever.
A very good, important, and needed perspective in this activity, the financial one.
Miguel?
Yes, next we have, are you there, Darwin?
Miguel, I was a bit
Sure, go ahead.
caught
man.
up there a while ago.
Go ahead, man, go ahead.
But Arturo, like Miguel just said, I wanted to thank you for a very, very, very insightful presentation. And Miguel, one of the things that I also mentioned is I'd like to have your presentation, and we'd like to see if we could use that at PMAC as well. Very, very good. Thank you so much. We're going to skip the next item on the agenda, which was done by Adrian Bahari. He presented before. And we're going to go into integration of logistics and special economic zones to port development under the PPP model. We're going to be speaking with Dr. Peter De La Legend, Principal Consultant, Port and Logistics Advisory and Professor at Copenhagen Business School, will present to us for the next 15 minutes. Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, hi everybody. Let me see if I can share my screen with you. That's always a bit of a challenge, but should be doable.
It's not there yet.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Share screen.
All right, you're good.
I would think it's there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Good. I'll put it in slideshow format. Voy a hablar en español, aunque mi español no es perfecto, pero creo que la mayoría de los participantes me van a entender un poco mejor así. Mi nombre es Peter de Langen. Soy catedrático en la Universidad de Copenhague, en Dinamarca. Tengo mi propia empresa de consultoría y he trabajado antes en la Universidad de Erasmus y en la Autoridad Portuaria de Rotterdam. Entonces tengo ya bastantes años de experiencia en la industria portuaria y he escrito este libro que puedes ver ahí, que engloba todas las cosas que yo he aprendido sobre huertos. Y voy a compartir un par de ideas claves de este libro, y en este voy a desviar un poco del tema principal, pero voy a retomarlo porque yo creo que antes de hablar de los PPPs es importante establecer una perspectiva sobre la autoridad portuaria. Y para mí la clave es, pensando sobre la autoridad portuaria, es que es un puerto. Y un puerto es un ecosistema con muchas empresas ahí dentro, terminales, empresas logísticas, empresas industriales, etc. Y todos estos puertos están en el ecosistema porque el ecosistema da ventajas, porque pueden optimizar sus flujos logísticos, porque tienen sus recursos al lado, porque tienen economías de escala, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, un puerto es así un ecosistema de empresas. Y en muchos países, creo yo, que la perspectiva es más bien que un puerto es una serie de terminales. Y no estoy de acuerdo, no creo que es así. Yo creo que desarrollando solo una serie de terminales implica que muchas oportunidades en este ecosistema se pierden porque no están incluidos en la perspectiva. Y este es todavía más relevante dado al panorama cambiante de la industria portuaria. No voy a gastar mucho tiempo en pero hay un montón de tendencias que cambian este ecosistema. Y en este cambio de este ecosistema portuario, yo creo que la principal conclusión es que terminales y flujos van a tener una posición cada vez menos central. Aquí vemos un estudio sobre el suelo en el ecosistema portuario de Barcelona, con unos cambios importantes entre 2020, 2022 y 2040. Y estos son todas proyecciones, escenarios, etcétera, pero una clave es que el suelo que está ocupado por terminales probablemente se va a reducir y el suelo logístico se va a incrementar, y hay también oportunidades para captar actividades nuevas de todos tipos. Entonces, si es así que un puerto es un ecosistema, y además si es así que este ecosistema cada vez más peso tienen actividades logísticas y industriales y también actividades relacionadas al turismo, más importante es pensar bien sobre qué es la autoridad portuaria. Aquí tengo dos ejemplos de empresas muy grandes con actividades industriales en el mismo puerto, en el ecosistema portuario. Entonces, sí, eso sí es muy importante pensar bien qué es una autoridad portuaria. Y empezando ahí, una autoridad portuaria no es una autoridad. No debe tener autoridad. El desarrollo de un puerto necesita una empresa comercial que no tiene autoridad. La empresa no tiene autoridad para decir los buques tienen que venir a mi puerto, ni tampoco que los terminalistas tienen que invertir en mi puerto, ni en ningún aspecto comercial. Entonces, si tú te llamas autoridad portuaria, es muy probable que te vas a comportar como una autoridad. Pero como autoridad no puedes gestionar un ecosistema portuario. Entonces, yo creo que ahí ya empieza un poco el problema que hay en la gobernanza en la gran mayoría de todos los países, que hay demasiada perspectiva de autoridad y insuficiente perspectiva comercial de una empresa que desarrolla el ecosistema portuario. Y esta actividad es profundamente comercial, no se puede hacer un ente público sin más. Hay que entender muchos mercados, muchos segmentos, desarrollar proyectos, en fin, es una actividad tan comercial que la única forma de hacerlo bien es una estructura empresarial, que es un Port Development Company. Después, hay argumentos muy buenos para decir que esta empresa es una empresa estatal. Puede ser una empresa estatal donde el accionista tiene su influencia sobre los metas de la empresa portuaria, pero no deja de ser una empresa. Y ya sabemos mucho de empresas estatales, cuando son eficaces y cuando no. Hay una diferencia enorme entre las empresas estatales en Singapur o Dubái y las empresas estatales en gran parte de África, India, gran parte de Latinoamérica, que en general son mucho menos eficaces. Y eso es debido a la gobernanza. En fin, no voy a hablar mucho sobre esto, simplemente decir que una empresa debe tener lo suficiente libertad para gestionar el desarrollo del puerto libremente. Y todos tipos de leyes a veces impiden este desarrollo con éxito. Ahí también mencionar otro reto importante, que es que esta empresa portuaria no solo invierte en infraestructura y después dice, bueno, ya que está la infraestructura, adelante las empresas privadas en el ecosistema, yo hago mi infraestructura y ya está. Este no funciona. Ahora estoy haciendo un proyecto en Valencia donde se ve muy claramente la necesidad de servicios de esta empresa portuaria para hacer que este ecosistema sea eficaz. Y aquí veamos un montón de tipos de servicios que esta empresa portuaria debe desarrollar. Entonces, para concluir, yo creo que es demasiado fácil pensar que si buscamos y contratamos empresas privadas para prestar servicios de terminales, ya estamos bien. Yo creo que no es así. Creo que siempre hace falta a una empresa, generalmente pública, que desarrolla un ecosistema. Y, por ejemplo, en Brasil puede ser que hay muchas inversiones en infraestructura, pero los puertos ahí no están gestionados como ecosistemas. y los puertos solo tienen una responsabilidad muy limitada y muchas veces están al lado de un parque industrial con una empresa estatal que desarrolla el parque industrial con todos los tipos, porque al final este es un ecosistema. En fin, entonces, para mí, la perspectiva correcta cuando pensamos sobre public-private partnership es no pensar que una autoridad portuaria, una empresa portuaria, mejor dicho, es el gobierno. No lo es, no lo es. Entonces, para mí, en muchos casos, public-private partnerships son partnerships entre el gobierno y el autoridad portuaria, donde hay un acuerdo sobre infraestructura básica, infraestructura hacia destinos interiores, sobre inversiones para mejorar el medio ambiente en el puerto, etcétera, etcétera. En otros casos, creo que un public-private partnership es bien entre un gobierno, una autoridad portuaria y empresas privadas. Por ejemplo, en Rotterdam hay una inversión muy grande en un proyecto para captar carbono y meterlo con tubería por debajo del mar en sitios donde antes estaba el gas. Este es un proyecto enormemente grande, invierte la autoridad portuaria, recibe dinero por parte del gobierno y los usuarios se implican en el sentido que ellos captan el carbón y lo envían. Entonces, este es un public-private partnership con tres partes. También pienso que en general, en muchos países, hay, como en Panamá, por ejemplo, hay una regulación que especifica que la autoridad, como la autoridad del Canal de Panamá, siempre tiene que trabajar con procesos abiertos de tendering. Y tampoco creo que en muchos casos es lo más óptimo. Es claro que hay esta opción, que muchas empresas lo utilizan. Muchas empresas utilizan tenders para seleccionar una proveedor logístico. Entonces, el instrumento del tendering es un instrumento perfecto que se puede aplicar en algunos casos y en algunos otros no. Imagina, por ejemplo, con una gran empresa de coches, una naviera de coches. Viene a la autoridad del Canal de Panamá y dice, yo quiero invertir en un terminal que lo voy a hacer el hub para mí en la región y así voy a servir todos los países con una estructura logística más eficaz. En este caso es la naviera quien controla el cargo. Entonces un proceso público para buscar alguien para operar en un terminal no funciona porque la idea y la iniciativa viene de una empresa específica y hay muchos otros casos donde es exactamente lo mismo. Si la empresa Vale de Brasil, por ejemplo, quiere invertir en una terminal y una fábrica como lo han hecho en Sohar, en el Medio Oriente, en Oman, ¿qué vas a decir a ellos? Que tienen que competir por el suelo portuario con un tender público. No es nada eficaz, tarda un montón, muchísimos años. Competidores pueden meterse ahí. Hay siempre la opción de que alguien va a los cortes, en fin. Ahí también creo yo que en muchos casos esta empresa portuaria necesita su libertad comercial para desarrollar su ecosistema y para captar clientes. Entonces, siempre existe la opción de hacer un proyecto de tendering para seleccionar un terminalista, pero no necesariamente es la mejor forma. Y además creo que también es muy importante que esta empresa portuaria especifica muy bien las condiciones que son necesarias. Y este puede ser que tiene una cierta productividad, que tiene un cierto nivel medioambiental, que están abiertos, por ejemplo, lo suficiente tiempo los gates para los camiones, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, las condiciones para meter en un contrato con una terminalista también son muy importantes y solo hay un partido que les puede especificar y esta es la empresa del desarrollo portuario. Entonces, en muchos países donde el gobierno en sí juega un papel muy importante en los procesos de seleccionar terminalistas y crear acuerdos, yo creo que estos modelos son equivocados o tienen un riesgo muy alto de que las cosas no van bien. Yo creo que ahí la idea que si dejamos un poco para atrás la autoridad portuaria y buscamos modelos con empresas privadas, así vamos a tener una industria portuaria más exitosa. Yo creo que tiene sus complicaciones. Yo sí estoy de acuerdo que en casos de que se trata de un terminal en sí y no un ecosistema se puede hacer, pero por ejemplo en un puerto como PSM en Brasil o en muchos puertos en México, no creo que sea el mejor modelo. Entonces, esta perspectiva creo yo que implica que es muy importante pensar quién tiene la iniciativa para el desarrollo portuario y cómo vamos a dar esta entidad, que en mi términos es un Port Development Company, cómo vamos a dar esta institución, esta empresa, las herramientas, la flexibilidad y la libertad para tener éxito en lograr sus objetivos. Y ahí acuerdos con tercios privados para que ellos prestan servicios, claramente es fundamental, pero si no tenemos una PDC, una Port Development Company comercial y profesional, al final del día, en mi opinión, utilizamos un modelo equivocado. Pues este mensaje creo yo que es importante y yo quería compartir este mensaje con todos vosotros y estoy totalmente abierto para cualquier pregunta o debate o crítica o lo que sea. Gracias por su atención.
Okay. Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome.
It was a little difficult understanding you.
Yeah, sorry. Was it because of the Spanish or was it because of the background noise?
No, because of the Spanish. I think one of the things we have to do in the Caribbean is to become better at being bilingual. And but I see Gabriel de Dos Soto giving you a thumbs up. He says it's been excellent, muy bueno. I could understand that part. So I will say great job. And I will open the floor.
You can always take this one, huh?
Yeah, you should send me a copy of that. I will say congratulations to you and Arturo. And I see from Gabriel, he once again says, ¿Cómo podemos, it's going really fast. Sí, libro refrigerio está muy bueno en su propuesta. I guess that is saying that was a good presentation. And congratulations to you again. But if there are any questions from the body, I'd like to extend the opportunity to have you ask Peter and Arturo any questions.
I think
I'm
there
not
is a
seeing,
comment
I'm
by
looking in the chat.
Eric Petrie. Maybe Eric can explain a little bit his comment, and then we because it's an interesting theme.
Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Darwin. Voy a hablar en español. El modelo de licitaciones portuarias en Chile, que data del año 97, se ha basado justamente en una autoridad portuaria que no es tal, sino que es una compañía, una empresa pública 100% estatal que entrega monopolios regulados a quienes saben hacer el trabajo, que son los operadores privados de terminal. Hasta ahora, el modelo de licitar de forma transparente, pública, competitiva e internacional ha dado muy buenos resultados. El caso de Chile es bien particular, puesto que si bien tenemos una costa muy extensa, las posibilidades de desarrollar puertos en áreas con aguas abrigadas son muy escasas. Entonces no es posible aceptar todas las veces que un desarrollador privado simplemente tome una opción por desarrollar un puerto y no haya una licitación para que otros interesados puedan participar en ese desarrollo. Y el problema mayor que nosotros vemos es que después ese privado a lo mejor efectivamente desarrolla ese puerto, pero te hace exigible una serie de otras necesidades de infraestructura pública para poder apoyar su desarrollo. Te exige tener carreteras, te exige tener conexión a energía eléctrica, ojalá de energías renovables, y otras tantas. Entonces esto no es gratuito. Cuando uno va y dice, yo prefiero el modelo de licitaciones públicas, competitivas, transparentes e internacionales. No digo que acá en Chile no se haya permitido que desarrolladores privados hagan sus propios puertos, porque sí, esa posibilidad se ha dado. ¿Cuál es el problema? Que muchas veces esos desarrolladores de puertos privados no prestan servicios a terceros, solo prestan servicios a sus cargas, con lo cual el país, el colectivo, el mapa sistémico de la logística de Chile pierde, porque no vamos a construir 5 kilómetros más allá otro puerto para atender los requerimientos de la logística nacional. Cuando se construye un puerto, si lo hace un privado, ojalá sea también de servicio público y que las reglas para su competencia con los otros puertos de distintas ciudades o regiones del país sean las mismas. Aquí lo que hay que cautelar es la competencia. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad.
Yo he escuchado muchas cosas con lo cual estoy muy de acuerdo, empezando con este tema de monopolio. Este no es único a Chile, Australia es igual. Escandinavia es igual, en la realidad África es igual, en realidad casi todos los países son iguales. Entonces, dado a que no hay un mercado competitivo en puertos, para mí ese es un argumento muy fuerte para decir que la empresa que desarrolla los puertos debe ser una empresa estatal. Yo creo que lo que han hecho en Grecia y en Inglaterra y en algunos puertos en Australia de vender la empresa portuaria es un error. Y es un error que yo, digamos, yo lo voy a tachar como un poco menos importante en un país como Australia, porque Australia no depende tanto de sus puertos, es un país en una fase de desarrollo muy avanzada, entonces tiene otros retos. Pero en los países en África o en América Latina, vender el derecho de desarrollar un puerto a una empresa privada me parece un error enorme. Y además lo que también has dicho muy bien, que un puerto no es gratis porque genera demanda para tráfico y al final del día una necesidad de infraestructuras. Entonces no tiene ningún sentido tener un terminal 5 kilómetros más lejos, otro terminal y 5 kilómetros más lejos, otro terminal. Por eso es tan importante un complejo portuario, un ecosistema portuario. Y ahí, por ejemplo, en un país como Brasil se nota que si Brasil hubiera una empresa realmente comercial, ya había desarrollado un puerto muchísimo más grande y más industrial. Y ahora lo que pasa es que hay un montón de puertos medio grandes, pero probablemente hay demasiados. Y una mayor concentración sería mejor, pero ninguna empresa pública portuaria ha sido capaz de tomar esta iniciativa. Entonces, el único punto donde yo lo veo un poco diferente es que licitaciones públicas, para mi forma de pensar, al final del día tienen muchos problemas porque muchas cosas no se pueden resolver en un contrato. Y también creo que en la práctica es muy clara porque la gran mayoría de los contratos entre terminales y administraciones se renegocia ya dentro de 5 años. Entonces, nada más que empezar, ya hay que renegociar, porque hay factores nuevos, hay condiciones nuevas. Entonces, si es tan difícil establecer un contrato, es mucho mejor tener una herramienta donde tienes como sector público, tienes más influencia y una influencia más directa, y es a través de la propiedad estatal de la empresa portuaria. Y ellos, por supuesto, no deberían prestar servicios de terminales ellos mismos. Ellos sí deberían buscar a PMT, Hutchinson, PSA, ICTs, hay todos los que hay porque son mejores y trabajan en todo el mundo, pero entonces es la empresa portuaria que entra en una relación comercial con ellos.
Permiso, excuse me, guys. Muchas gracias, señor Peter. Muchas gracias por los comentarios y discusión. Tenemos que continuar, por favor. Tenemos la última sesión muy importante de los aspectos legales. Dwight, Darwin, sorry. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Debemos continuar entonces y pasar a la siguiente sesión con la moderación de la doctora Vivian Rambarat Parasam, profesora adjunta y jefa del programa de Estudios Marítimos del Centro de Estudios Marítimos y Oceánicos de la Universidad de Trinidad y Tobago. Doctora Vivian, ¿está usted conectada? Muchas gracias, Peter.
Hello, yes, I am.
Yes, all right, Dr. Vivian. Well, you can go ahead and introduce the two persons and so we can finish with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would invite the last speaker to stop sharing, please, Mr. Langen. Thank you for those of you who have stayed and persevered to session 4. Sure it's going to be a pretty exciting session hearing on the legal aspects of PPP contracts in the port sector. It is my honor today to have the privilege to introduce our panelists, and I will start with our first speaker in session 4, Dr. Carol J. Pickersgill, who is an attorney at law at profession. She had obtained her Bachelor's of Law from the University of West Indies in 1982 and her Certificate of Legal Education from Norman Manley Law School in 1984. She holds a Master of Science in Maritime Shipping from the World Maritime University in Sweden and a Doctor of Business Administration in International Management from Nova Southeastern University. She's been employed with the Port Authority of Jamaica since 1984, and she's currently Senior Vice President, Legal, Regulatory, and Corporate Affairs. She's responsible for providing the authority and its subsidiaries with general advice on all legal, regulatory, and corporate secretarial matters. Her role encompasses participation in the negotiation of construction and finance contracts. She has been an adjunct lecturer at the Caribbean Maritime University in Maritime Law and Insurance during the period 1988 to 2013, a course developer and a lecturer at UNCTAD Trainmo since 1990. She serves in other capacities, including chairman of School of Boards in Jamaica, and is currently a Justice of the Peace for the parish of St. Andrews, Jamaica. In October 2015, Dr. Pickersgill was conferred with the Jamaica National Honors and Awards Order of Distinction for Public and Community Service. In 2016, the Secretariat of the Inter-American Committee on Ports of the Organization of American States presented Dr. Pickersgill with the 2016 Award for Outstanding Woman in the Maritime and Port Sectors of the Americas in the category of Public Policy, Legislation, and Regulation for her leadership, dedication, and contributions to the development of the port sector of the Americas. Thank you so much, Dr. Pickersgill. Over to you.
Thank you very much. It is indeed my pleasure to appear before such an august body of persons. I'd like to welcome Mr. Not really welcome, he welcomed me. I'd like to say special greetings to Dr. Behari, who has been my long-standing friend since the days of the World Maritime University in Sweden. And it will be indeed a pleasure to present on the legal aspects of the PPP. And in this regard, I'll be particularly speaking to what I consider to be a successful PPP of the Port Authority of Jamaica. The presentation, can I share? Can I start sharing?
Yes, you can.
Okay, good. Thank you so very much. On the screen, you'll see the introductory picture, which shows some PPP projects for Jamaica. One of the most significant is our roadway project, or highways. We now have boast a number of highways that was done through the 3P alliances. And of course, there's a port in the background, which was also done as a PPP project. So now we look at the general PPP, and we have heard this morning about the reasons for PPP, and some international researchers have in fact said that it is a key to recovery. And as is stated on the screen, many Caribbean countries are facing significant fiscal constraints to improving or even maintaining vital public projects in transportation, health, energy, and other sectors, primarily now because of the pandemic, or it has been worsened because of the pandemic. And this has led to a sharp decline in tourism revenue, which is one of the mainstay in the Caribbean economies. And the fiscal downturn is exacerbated by the complex issues such as the region's vulnerability to natural hazards and effects of climate change. That was by the World Bank. But as Mr. Behere pointed out this morning, the PPP has been around long before the pandemic. And we used to call it various names that we had for PPP projects. In the foreground are some projects from the Port Authority of Jamaica. Brief introduction is that the Port Authority is a regulatory body. We consider it to be the principal maritime agency of the government of Jamaica. But the Port Authority is also a developmental public body, in that in an effort for us to have a world-class Port Authority, we have ventured into some commercial developments, sometimes where the private sector has failed to dare. For example, in the port, when the port was first developed in 1972, the private sector figured that it was a risky project because they said a third world country should not be involved in that. It is too highly capital intensive and ships may not come, etc., etc. But we like to boast that Jamaica, and particularly Kingston, is in the center of the world, at least the shipping world. And therefore we were positive that we as a Port Authority could make a successful run of it. And we did. But as we do with a lot of our developmental projects, we develop and then we, in the past, moved it on to the private sector where we collaborated with them in operating those projects. Now, the new model is for us to go and enter into PPP arrangements, particularly concession arrangements. Port Authority also manages the harbors of Jamaica, and therefore we have a marine services division headed by the harbor master and the vice president of harbors and port services. We are also highly invested in cruise. The major cruise ports in Jamaica were developed and are owned by the Port Authority. And we have collaboration with the private sector in operating those ports. And then our latest venture is in special economic zone and logistics investment. And that is one of our latest, it was recently opened, one of our logistics and BPO segment. Now, with respect to PPP projects, of course, on the screen is a diagram which we took from Infoscope, which shows some of the PP projects around Latin America and the Caribbean. Some of these countries and islands, you'd note, have not yet ventured into PPP. This was in 2017, these projects. We have gone way beyond 2014, 2017, we have gone way beyond that. And there are many more countries who have come to see the value of PPP that they say can overcome some of the limitations of public provision, where you have inefficiencies, lack of technical skills, and slow procurement processes and budget constraints. Now, this morning we looked generally, my colleagues before me looked generally at the PPP performance and what they do. Now we look at the case of the Kingston Container Terminal project in Jamaica. As I alluded to before, as I indicated, the Kingston Container Terminal was first developed in 1972-75. Many years and after many refurbishing and capital injections and so on, we realized, particularly then with the opening of the Panama Canal, that we would need more than internal resources if the port was to remain competitive and was to remain an international transshipment port. And therefore, the Port Authority invited members of the local private sector as well as members from the international shipping world to tender for this project. The project as it is now, or as it is, it has turned out to be, the project boasts an investment from CMA CGM of over $300 million, and that was in the initial phase. The project was divided in phase 1, phase 2, and a possible phase 3. We are towards the end of phase 1. In fact, phase 1 was completed way ahead of schedule. We had given them 5 years. They did it in 3 years, where this PPP involved the dredging of the channel and its approaches. Usually for a PPP, you would deal just with the property that you had to do with. But in our tender, we asked that all tenderers also tendered on the basis of dredging the channel and certain rehabilitation activities such as the quay wall, and to provide for what we call resilient infrastructure. During this project, we had extremely good working relationships with the local environmental agency, and what with concepts such as the environmental, social, and governance policies now becoming very topical. We had it from then, where we realized that the environment, it was to be a sustainable development, and therefore it's not only the concrete structures that were to be sustainable, but our environment. It was very important since we were dealing with a port and the natural resources of our seas and harbors. The Kingston project, we saw one off next to the Falmouth project, which we did, the greatest replanting of mangroves. We had a refuge mangrove cleanup. Our lenders, the lenders, call them our lenders, they were now, the lenders were very, very keen on ESG and sustainable development and so on. We had to deal with collaboration with the fishing folk, and we had to look to energy and electricity, which could drive up the cost of the project considerably. So what you see now, on screen is first what the area looked like in 2007, and then what it looked like in 2016, and we'll show you later on what it looks like now. Now, with respect to the PPP in Jamaica, we noted that certain PPPs, we have to have, we need certain framework. And in Jamaica, we had what we call a PPP policy, and that was developed in 2012. And that policy is the guiding principle for PPP developments here in Jamaica. That policy is predicated on that the project must be viable, that the project must yield value for money, it must be marketable. So at the end of the development, it can't be just for the government of Jamaica, but this being an international project, it must be marketable. So we must be able to secure the various stakeholders to the project. And there must be fiscal responsibility, which we will discuss these principles later on as we get to the actual implementation of the project. In the policy also, we have the monitoring agencies, chief amongst them being the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, which deals with the assessment of value for money and the fiscal impact of the PPP project. And the projects were being also undertaken at a time when Jamaica was part of an IMF program, and they valued and looked to fiscal responsibility. So we had to ensure that that was done. The other partner was the Development Bank of Jamaica, and they were responsible for the development of the business case and the transaction phase, which include the provide advisory and administrative support, identify and manage funds for the project, and manage a process through the contract signing. Of course, we get to the laws now as we are looking on. And one of the guiding laws was what we call the Financial Administration and Audit Act, or the FAA. That act was a 1959 act, but it was amended in 2017 to take into consideration all the contingencies of the public-private partnerships. It gives a definition as an arrangement governed by a long-term procurement, and that was important, procurement contract between one or more public entities and one or more non-public entities involving the designing, financing, building, and operating of an infrastructure project or the provision of a service through the appropriate sharing of resources, risks, and rewards. And that act also provides that contingent liabilities for PPPs must be disclosed to Parliament. What are contingent liabilities? Contingent liabilities, for example, in the negotiation of the container project, one of the provisions discussed was insurance. And one of the real possibilities that, given the nature of this project, that you may have cases where an item or a development or a provision for service is not insurable. And if that is the case, then it is a contingent liability on the government, because that was part of the government of Jamaica to say if it's not insurable and something happens, then the government of Jamaica has to take responsibility. Maybe it's a natural disaster, maybe it was during the pandemic, something, but if it's not insurable, they cannot and could not have obtained insurance for it, and that was agreed and settled, then it becomes a contingent liability. And that liability, they say, must be disclosed. The other relevant act, what we call the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, or the PBMA, it was an act that was done in 2001 when persons were faced with collapse of Wall Street and corruption, etc., and for transparency of public bodies. And this act provides PPP and an amendment that the contingent liabilities I spoke of just now, they must be assessed annually. So every year you look at the contingent liabilities to see if the liabilities were diminishing or were increasing. And it also provides that the indebtedness of the government pay PPP, and we'll explain that, forms a part of the public debt, but the user pay PPP does not. So one of the government pay is, for example, the container terminal, whereby if anything happens, then the government would have to pick up the tab. The user pay, it's, for example, in the roadways, where the contract provides that the payment for that must be obtained through the user. So, for example, for the roadways, the user fees for the person who use it, they go up annually, or they may go up after the contractor, the PPP provider presents to cabinet causes to say, these are expenses, these are the costs, then they go up. So those do not form a part of the public debt, the other one does. And more importantly, no public body, which is defined by the law, will enter into a PPP without the approval of the Cabinet of Ministers of Jamaica approval. Then the act also provides that it must be approved by cabinet, and the approval for PPP, it's excluded from public procurement legislative provisions, subject to the affirmative resolution of Parliament, so that Parliament is presented with a project and they will say these projects do not go through the procurement process, which can be very long, lengthy, and some people say very costly. The approval process is there for cabinet, etc., as we have said. Important, the enterprise team, the project team, and in the end, the contract management team, which, for example, here in the Port Authority, we have a contract management team, and we have to report to the Ministry of Finance. It goes back through the process on a quarterly basis up to cabinet as to how the PPP project is performing. The actual description of the project. The actual description of the project consisted of the operation and maintenance of the facility, that's the container terminal, the deepening of the navigational channel to allow access for 14.2 meters, moving from about 10 meters draft for vessels, and the acquisition of new equipment and systems to increase port capacity to 3.6 million TEUs a year, up from 2.8 million TEUs in the first 6 years of the concession. Phase 1, which was the dredging and key works, that was about US 459 million, which the concessionaire paid. Phase 2 is the development of the yard, because for all transshipment terminal, you have to have the backlands, development of the yard and equipment of US 259 million. The concession period was for 30 years or is for 30 years. The concession agreement was signed in 2015. However, the commencement date was for 2016 because we had various periods, the financial long stop date, other financial dates that came after the signing of the contract. Then the enterprise team, we went to tender. The enterprise team, which comprised members of the Port Authority board, members of the Port Authority management team, expertise from local and international contractors and other persons, and they form an enterprise team that would go through the documentation, the DBJ. Then we invited expression of interest at first to the top global terminal operators and firms and who had submitted an interest in participating. Then there was a pre-qualification. So first there was expression of interest and we invited persons to express their interest. Then the pre-qualification, shortlist of possible bidders. Then a submission of request for proposal, which came afterwards. And we had a draft concession agreement appended to that submission for request of proposal. Then we had to send the documentation evaluation. We evaluated it. The enterprise team evaluated it, sent it to cabinet. Then there was a declaration of the provisional preferred bidder. And we had negotiation with that provisional preferred bidder. And if that provisional then became the successful and the best evaluated bidder, then we would discuss the concession agreement and associated contracts. The parties to the agreement, when it was settled and finalized, the grantor of the concession was the Port Authority of Jamaica, who owns the Kingston Container Terminal. The concessionaire is a special purpose vehicle, the Kingston Freeport Terminal Limited, and the sponsor was a CMA CGM group of shipping lines. And the lenders to CMA included IDB and a number of other private banks, international and otherwise. The financing, the concessionaire went about their financing. They got 60% of the financing from multilateral banks and the 22% internally generated funds. The equity was 18% rather. And we have said what the finances were otherwise, and they had to look, advise us what was the project IRR was approximately 15%, and the shareholders' return on equity was about 16%. The transaction documents that we had was a concession agreement whereby the PAJ was a landlord. This was a brownfield project, so we retained ownership of the lands and the berths. The concession, as we said, was for 30 years of build, own, and operate. And the existing equipment for the terminal was sold to the contractor by way of a sale agreement at a price that was valued and agreed. And then there's provision for the contractor to hand back the terminal, and there's a process for the handback at the end, including all the assets purchased by the concessionaire at the end of the period. And then the concession payment was an upfront fee, which represented the market valuation of the physical assets to be transferred. That was 75 million. The annual fixed fee, it's fixed at 15 million payable in quarterly advance, and an annual variable fee, which is 8% of the gross revenue. So the more volumes they transmit to the terminal, the more money the Port Authority gets. So the more important it is for us to market, assist them in marketing, etc. The transaction documents also included their direct agreement, which was appended to the CA. It's signed by the PAJ and the lenders, and it sets out the provisions regarding the lender's security interests and exercise of their step-in rights. So I have step one, step-in rights of these lenders, so that it gives the lenders a right to step in and take over the project in the event that there is any breach of the lending agreement. And the finance agreement, that is a confidential agreement between the grantor and the lenders and the sponsors. It sets out their rights of the debts and so on, and it's referred to in the concession agreement, but it's confidential between them. We also have the sales and purchase agreement between the lenders for the existing port equipment, the lease agreement, because we lease the land for the 30-year period for peppercorn rental, And there's a letter agreement, because later on you would see for this type of agreement, they had requested that we have a government guarantee, and the Port Authority and the government of Jamaica was not able to provide a guarantee given the IMF strictures and other financial constraints. And therefore we agreed on a letter agreement between the minister responsible for ports, the grantor and the concessionaire, confirming the government's statutory obligation under the Port Authority Act to support the Port Authority. There were some key issues in the negotiation. One of it was, does the Port Authority have the right to grant concession? And that argument, we argued the Port Authority had a right to delegate its functions, but they said it was to agents. We're recently, or still in the process of amending the Port Authority Act to allow for that, and that was one of the things we had to do. The dispute resolution, we had a long time because they wanted, for example, you had different parties involved. They were from all over the world, from France, from Jamaica, lenders from the States and so on. But we agreed that this would be by negotiation, arbitration, and mediation. Arbitration would be the UNCITRAL rules. And we said a place we'd mediate in Miami. We said no government guarantees. Then the government law, the governing law, we insisted was the law of Jamaica, because both parties with SPV, the special purpose vehicle in Jamaica, that is where it would be litigated. The post-implementation disputes, we had an issue with respect to the dredging and the allocation of costs between the grantor, who is responsible for maintenance dredging, and the concessionaire Port Authority was capital dredging. So we had to determine at what points they converge and diverge, etc. And there was quite a lot of discussion on that. Then there were the security fees under the ISPS code that the Port Authority collects at a statutory fee, and the concessionaires for a period that said, okay, those fees, because they impact and impinge on the concession, should belong to us. And we decided no, they would not be. It was a statutory fee that was charged by the government of Jamaica and the people of Jamaica, therefore not a part of the concession. That, in a nutshell, is our experience. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Pickersgill. That was truly insightful, so much lessons learned. I really look forward to hearing about your decarbonizing agenda. I'm sure it's truly aggressive and impressive as well.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing that insight. Very impressive and truly a success story. I now have the honor of also introducing, as a result of time, we need to move on to Mr. Ricardo Sanchez, who has a PhD in economics and is an internationally recognized as expert in shipping and port economics. He has worked professionally and academically in 28 out of 33 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. He is the head of the Caribbean Research Institute, and he's affiliated with the Caribbean, which is affiliated with the Caribbean Shipping Association. He is co-chair to the Cunha Professorial Chair in Logistics at the School of Management at the Universidad de los Andes at Bogota, Colombia. Ricardo, Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me say hello and thank you to Dr. Parasham, Dr. Pickersgill. For me, it's really an honor to share this panel with you. And obviously, thank you to CELA colleagues and UTT, especially to Dr. Adrian Beharry. Let me follow my friend Peter de Langen and switch to Spanish. All English spoken audience can switch the language of interpretation for that. Entonces, déjenme compartir la presentación. Y mientras tanto, quiero aprovechar para saludar a tanta gente conocida, a tantos colegas queridos de toda la región, y especialmente a mis antiguos compañeros Eliana Barletta, Eric Petri, Miriam Sade, Octavio Der. I don't know if see is there a problem with
Jose?
Hello, yeah.
hello. Yeah.
Yeah,
Zoom.
Ricardo, you having problems?
Yeah, Zoom is going out, but I don't know.
Jose, do you have his presentation that he can that you can share?
Yes.
Yeah, again, yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Ok, espero que no haya más problemas con la transmisión. Y quiero también saludar entonces a mis antiguos compañeros de la CEPAL, Diogo, Eliana, Eric Petri, Miriam Sade, Octavio Der, y mis actuales compañeros en la Universidad de los Andes, como Vicias Pagliari, Gordon Mitzmaya. Voy a hablar entonces del tema que nos había sido convocado sobre la teoría de los contratos incompletos y las renegociaciones oportunistas en contratos de asociaciones público-privadas. Esto corresponde a un documento publicado en CEPAL en el 2019, que es libremente obtenible a través de website. Y empezaré entonces por el marco teórico. Y déjenme entonces decir que normalmente en las concesiones de servicios de infraestructura económica, que son manejadas por contratos firmados entre la administración pública concedente y la entidad concesionaria, por lo general del sector privado, se caracterizan por ser contratos de largos plazos de maduración. Y ello trae aparejado un inconveniente que es propio de la condición de los largos plazos de duración, que es el carácter incompleto de los contratos. Eso ha sido destacado en la literatura económica, especialmente en los últimos años, desde el otorgamiento del Premio Nobel de Economía en 2016 a Hart y Holmström. Pero claramente estos contratos de concesión son el instrumento, es un instrumento legal, por supuesto, que es el que hará que se logre, que se permita maximizar o que no se maximicen las ganancias en bienestar y en productividad, fruto de esa concesión, y también quiénes serán quienes se apropien de esas ganancias de bienestar y de productividad. Y en ese sentido hay una relación muy estrecha entre la visión económica de los contratos y la visión jurídica de los contratos. Yo hablo desde mi formación, que es la teoría económica, y en este sentido hay aportes muy importantes a la visión económica de los contratos, que pasa por la teoría de los derechos de propiedad, la teoría de los costos de transacción, de la especificidad de los activos, de las inversiones hundidas, ¿sí? Como esto transforma una dependencia multilateral, que es la que ocurre cuando hay una licitación, ¿sí? A una dependencia bilateral, también llamada efecto encierro en la teoría, que es cuando esa licitación tiene un ganador, hay un concesionario y se establece esta relación concesionario-concedente. Está la teoría de las instituciones y también, por supuesto, de lo que más voy a hablar, que es la teoría de los contratos incompletos. Y en ese sentido, hay que destacar que desde el punto de vista de la teoría económica hablamos de contratos incompletos. Desde el punto de vista de la teoría jurídica o de las teorías jurídicas, se habla de imperfección o perfección o imperfección de los contratos, y no hay que confundirlos. Son conceptos que se asocian, pero no deben ser confundidos. La teoría, o digamos, los contratos desde el punto de vista de las teoría de las instituciones, porque digo, los contratos son parte conformante de las instituciones, y por ello la importancia, por un lado, de exponer los desafíos que presenta la industria marítima y portuaria respecto a contratos de concesión, respecto a la integración vertical de sus principales actores, pero también, por otro lado, hay que destacar la gobernanza que resulta de las instituciones, que podría estar preparada para resolver aspectos conflictivos, pero también podría no estar preparada. Y ejemplos de estos aspectos conflictivos son la inversión subóptima, la falta de transparencia en los procesos operativos, la falta de transparencia en tarifas, prácticas abusivas, etc. Y muchas de estos elementos pueden derivarse de contratos incompletos, renegociaciones, comportamientos oportunistas como el hold-up de una parte sobre la otra, o la integración vertical, y que interesan y preocupan a los estados en su afán de alcanzar un desarrollo sostenible. Desde el punto de vista de la teoría de los contratos, lo que pretende esta teoría es explicar esas derivaciones y ayudar en el diseño de esas relaciones contractuales, de manera que las partes involucradas tomen decisiones que sean de mutuo beneficio. ¿A través de qué? Del diseño óptimo de esquemas de incentivos de los contratos, esos son los contratos, y para inducir a las partes involucradas a comportarse de una manera más eficiente. La teoría de los contratos entonces está estrechamente relacionada con la teoría de los diseños de mecanismos, pero la primera se centra en situaciones en las cuales solo unas pocas partes interactúan, habitualmente dos, y en cambio la segunda se interesa mayormente en los mecanismos de asignación que involucran a muchos agentes. Ambas partes funcionan desde el punto de vista teórico en complemento. La teoría de los contratos se ocupa de un problema fundamental de cooperación económica. Dos o más partes pueden generar conjuntamente un excedente, además de lo que cada uno de estos puede generar por sí mismo. El monto del excedente depende de las acciones que tome cada parte, y el problema es que cada parte tiene un incentivo o puede tener un incentivo para comportarse de manera oportunista, es decir, para tratar de maximizar su propia recompensa en lugar del beneficio común, digamos. Entonces, la teoría de los contratos enumera algunos de los efectos que suele traer. La teoría de los contratos incompletos viene prácticamente de 100 años atrás y se ha perfeccionado en los últimos años, como dije, y tomó mucho vuelo con los premios Nobel de Economía en 2016. La incompletitud de los contratos bajo los supuestos que señala la teoría, conduce, como dijimos, a comportamientos oportunistas que pueden derivar en una inversión subóptima en activos específicos, en el problema de hold-up, en la renegociación de los contratos, en corrupción, en costos de transacción que se asocian, que se complementan, que se suman, en integración vertical, en el riesgo de exclusión, como dijimos. ¿Qué pasa entonces con estos contratos? Típicamente, el objeto contractual, de acuerdo a las leyes mayoritariamente imperantes en América Latina, está orientado en forma principalísima, a la ocupación de bienes de uso público y en forma subsidiaria a la construcción y operación de un puerto. Pero el objeto principal es la ocupación de un bien que es de uso público. Entonces, podríamos decir que el contrato se puede enfocar en el aseguramiento de una cierta calidad y condiciones del servicio público. Al definir el contrato sobre la ocupación de bienes de uso público, en la mayoría de los casos, no se tuvo en cuenta con la debida prioridad la importancia, por ejemplo, de los terrenos adyacentes que son de propiedad privada. Esa tierra, ese espacio de uso público, al lado del cual hay terrenos que son de propiedad privada, terrenos adyacentes, pues con el paso del tiempo el espacio se va agrandando y ahí entramos en un problema de difícil superación, que es cómo se maneja un espacio público, pero que el puerto ha pasado también a usar espacios adyacentes. Unos son de propiedad en la concesión y los otros son de propiedad privada. Esto es un ejemplo de un problema que se ha dado muy repetidamente en América Latina. Como el objeto del contrato está focalizado entonces en la ocupación del bien de uso público, el alcance del contrato está fundamentado y muy basado en un plan de inversiones que constituye el compromiso nuclear entre el concedente y concesionario. Y ahí se generan estas situaciones, al ser contratos de tan larga duración, que se han hecho tantos años antes, en la mayoría de los casos en América Latina, ya estamos hablando de casi entre 25 y 30 años, ¿sí? Cuando se escribieron aquellos primeros contratos, que todavía están vigentes hoy. Entonces, esto ha dado lugar a renegociaciones permanentes de ese acuerdo porque los planes de inversión que se acordaron 25 años atrás fueron hechos de manera insuficiente, o al revés, fueron hechos de manera demasiado detallada, demasiado precisa. Los planes de inversión que fueron sobrevalorados, planes de inversión que fueron, digamos, inversiones en equipos que quedaron obsoletos tecnológicamente, planes de inversión que versus la realidad comercial ya no contemplan las inversiones que son pertinentes para el desarrollo. Estos son típicos problemas de los contratos incompletos, y uno de ellos es el riesgo del oportunismo. Solo para poner de manera esquemática y rápida, entre estas partes, como el concedente, el terminal portuario, el carrier marítimo o transportista, o transportista terrestre, pueden darse estos oportunismos frente al más vulnerable, que pueden dar lugar, por ejemplo, a la expropiación, ¿sí?, por parte del Estado, o a la captura del regulador por parte del privado, ¿sí? O puede ocurrir también un takeover entre carrier y terminal portuario, o puede ocurrir un takeover entre terminal portuario y transportista terrestre, o incluso, como se está viendo en varios casos, una integración completa entre el carrier marítimo, el terminal portuario y el canal de distribución o el transportista terrestre. Y estos son temas de preocupación que de ninguna forma fueron previstos en aquellos contratos. Entonces, algunas reflexiones sobre estos contratos de concesión en puertos en América Latina. Digamos que el déficit de infraestructura es un desafío común en el continente. Tenemos una escasísima inversión en infraestructura, lo cual hace que el déficit, la brecha entre inversión y, digamos, entre infraestructura disponible e infraestructura necesaria sea muy alta. Es uno de los déficits de América Latina en cuanto a la infraestructura, que está muy relacionado con la falta de planificación a mediano y largo plazo, y esto lleva a que la provisión insuficiente, ineficiente, insostenible de los servicios de infraestructura que caracteriza amplias regiones hoy de América Latina, representa uno de los factores que impiden el progreso de estos países hacia el desarrollo sostenible. Esa escasez y baja calidad del servicio de infraestructura en la región devienen también de los bajos niveles de inversión pública y privada en el sector. Entonces, los contratos de concesión, incluyendo los portuarios, que, como dijimos, son incompletos por naturaleza. ¿Por qué? Porque es imposible prever al momento de la firma todas las contingencias, todo lo que ocurre después. Entonces, vamos viendo que hay estos riesgos que estábamos mencionando, como integración, hold up, etcétera, etcétera. ¿Cuál es la realidad de los contratos de APPs en América Latina y el Caribe? Si uno toma el total de las concesiones, esto está en el estudio que les mencioné al principio, ¿cuántos de esos contratos fueron renegociados? Como digo, muchas veces por este carácter incompleto de los contratos de concesión. Bueno, los números son los que ustedes están viendo y que van a ver cómo a medida que pasa el tiempo hay más cantidad de renegociaciones. Pareciera que la curva de aprendizaje ha tenido algunos problemas viendo estos números, ¿no? Que mientras en el año, entre el 85 y el 2000, el 30% de los contratos fueron renegociados, entre el 2000 y el 2015 fue el 58%. Ahora, si lo vemos en el universo portuario, nosotros tomamos para nuestro estudio una muestra de 161 contratos de concesión en los países que ustedes están viendo mencionados en la parte superior de la lámina. De esos 161 se renegociaron por lo menos hasta el año 2019 se habían renegociado un 46% y 54% no. Y si vemos ahora, y esto es una cuestión quizá fundamental desde el punto de vista de la política pública para las concesiones portuarias, es que tomando una muestra de los países con mayor despliegue portuario en la región, Argentina, Brasil, Chile, Colombia, México y Panamá, vemos que en los próximos años, ¿sí?, hasta el 2029, vencen 9 contratos, que es el 19% de nuestra muestra, pero ese 19% de cantidad de contratos representa el 27% de la capacidad instalada de toda la región. Sí, estoy diciendo, el 27% de la capacidad instalada de toda la región está basada en contratos que vencen en los próximos años, hasta el 2029, y ahí hasta el 2039, y después los que ustedes pueden ver en la lámina. Entonces son temas extremadamente importantes. ¿Qué conclusiones, qué recomendaciones uno puede tener de esta visión de la teoría económica de los contratos incompletos? Bueno, pues que para los nuevos contratos, para las revisiones, etcétera, es fundamental realizar un balance entre completitud e incompletitud de estos contratos, entre complejidad y simplicidad. Los contratos antiguos eran extremadamente complejos y detallados. Pareciera que lo más conveniente actualmente es ir hacia una simplificación de esos contratos, siempre, por supuesto, manteniendo este balance entre seguridad y flexibilidad. Esto implica respetar los contratos, por supuesto, pero también tener la habilidad en esa PPP para proceder a las adecuaciones que sean necesarias. Por supuesto, basado absolutamente en el respeto de las obligaciones y los derechos de las partes. Y ahí viene la pregunta, ¿cuáles deberían ser los objetos de la concesión? Y ahí entra otra vez un trade-off entre recaudación, cuánto más dinero quiero obtener como Estado de esas concesiones, y el riesgo económico, ¿sí? Quizás obtengo un poco menos de recaudación, pero doy condiciones para que esto ayude a un mejor desarrollo de la economía a través de mejores servicios en la cadena logística, por supuesto en la parte que le toca a los puertos. Tenemos que revisar esta costumbre con los planes de inversión, sobre todo aquellos tan detallados, pero definitivamente creo que hay que ir a una flexibilización de esos planes de inversión. Por supuesto, y de manera absoluta, promover la competencia sana, pero también la defensa de la competencia, priorizar los mercados objetivos, establecer metas de sostenibilidad que sean coherentes con la duración del contrato, y por lo tanto los criterios básicos para estos nuevos contratos son competencia, equilibrio, sostenibilidad, flexibilidad y absolutamente seguro que una nueva generación de contratos. En ese sentido, en el estudio proponemos como una cuestión básica que es explicitar los objetivos de política portuaria. ¿Qué quiere el Estado al convocar a terceros provenientes del sector privado a participar de este negocio? A incorporar criterios de mercado a los contratos, a incorporar mecanismos preventivos, como por ejemplo puede ser el concepto de valor residual de la concesión, de manera que uno pueda prevenir el típico problema de la cola de la concesión. Construir de verdad árboles de decisión para la construcción de las políticas portuarias y tomar siempre las decisiones priorizando los objetivos y las condiciones de mercado. Sin embargo, déjenme decir para terminar que esto es crucial para el desarrollo portuario, es crucial pensar en estos temas para los nuevos contratos de concesión, para las nuevas asociaciones público-privadas, pero eso no es suficiente. Esto, creo yo, tiene que ver mucho con la distribución de riesgos. Ya se habló en otra presentación de este tema. Yo sostengo enfáticamente que la magnitud de los cambios que ha tenido la economía en estos últimos 15 años, que ha tenido el cambio tecnológico, el cambio en los mercados, de la cadena de distribución, de los puertos, de las navieras, etc., y la volatilidad de la actividad económica y del comercio, ¿sí?, muestran la necesidad de evaluar el impacto que tiene la variabilidad en variables que son clave en la vida de las concesiones, y ello nos debe llevar a una rediscusión de fondo de las condiciones en las concesiones. Si uno ve los típicos riesgos y asignación de riesgos que se toman en cuenta a la hora de una asociación público-privada, entre riesgos de proyectos, riesgos financieros y riesgos exógenos, pues estos que hemos señalado, subrayado en la lámina, son aquellos justamente que han sufrido impacto de gran variabilidad en estas variables y de gran volatilidad, lo cual, a mi juicio, aconseja revisar la magnitud de esos cambios y el impacto que puede tener hacia los futuros contratos de asociaciones público-privadas. Muchísimas gracias por su atención, por el tiempo, y quedo a la disposición de todos ustedes. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Very interesting presentation. And yes, there is definitely need for risk distribution. Jose, I'm going to ask for your guidance. Do we take questions or do we move on?
Hello, well, it's been a great lecture. I will say we can take at least, like 5 more minutes. We can, of questions or any other comments that anyone wants to do. And then we will move on to the closing of the event.
Okay, thank you. I do not see any questions in the chat yet, because I guess many persons were thinking we would probably dispense with the question and answer. But I do have a question to our panelists or any of our colleagues here. In fact, I had posed this question to Prof. Behari earlier in another webinar. And I was asking whether there's any PPP partnerships that have been specifically developed with respect to decarbonizing port operations. Any that you know in the region? Because I know a lot of the case studies that we've shared would have showed, environmental and social stewardship. But, the greater threat right now and the big attempt right now to decarbonize the maritime sector, and with respect to the targets set by the IMO, I'm just wondering if there are any ports within the Latin American region or within the Caribbean states that are actually looking to unlock financing associated with this or be part of pilots associated with this.
Yes, I don't know if there is a specific example, but in our proposal, we definitely recommend to include criteria of sustainability for the design of the future contracts, including when a contract is recycling. Currently, the Universidad de los Andes is performing important studies about, for instance, the energy efficiency on container terminals. Then we have good information, direct information, good analysis for strengthening the criteria of sustainability in the future port concession.
Thank you for that.
I dare say, although we do not have an actual arrangement for that, but we have had informal discussions with experts with respect to monitoring the carbon emission from ships coming to the port. So we are in discussion. We'll monitor first to see what it is like so that we can enter into discussion with ships for them first to say how it can be done before we actually start any enforcement. Thanks.
Wonderful. Adrian, any comments?
Right. 2 weeks ago at the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, we held a meeting with the National Energy Corporation, and they have been doing some excellent groundwork in terms of decarbonization and the move towards smart ports at the Galeota facility. They first started off with an IDB-funded exercise in an audit of energy companies Unfortunately, neither the Port Authority nor PLIPDECO was involved. But we have asked, and I have mentioned that ECLAC has done a study with respect to the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, which is still under embargo. But at some point, we would like to do an energy audit, maybe using the services of the National Energy Corporation, and then moves towards the creation of a terms of reference for a consultancy study that would examine ways and means of decarbonization, particularly in the use of diesel fuels for the powering of the yard gantry cranes, the powering of the tractor trailers, the powering of the full and empty container lifts and the reach stackers, and as well as considering whether or not we can convert our rubber-tired gantry cranes to use rail-mounted and electrically powered systems of the national grid. If we do so, then we would have contributed significantly to a reduction in emissions on the port side. The ship side is a bit more complex, as you know, and that requires the support of the IMO. But yes, whether we get private sector investment, as Carol said earlier, it is usually the case in developing countries. Government funds these development projects, and the private sector comes thereafter to become involved in the management and operation of these kinds of projects.
Thank you. Jose, I take it you're ready to take over.
All right. We have a comment here by Víctor Lituma. Muchas gracias a los expositores por tan brillantes intervención. Le enviamos un caluroso saludo de parte de la Subsecretaría de Puertos, Transporte Marítimo y Fluvial del Ministerio de Transporte y Obras Públicas del Ecuador. Muchas gracias al Ecuador y a todos los países participantes. Bueno, en nombre del secretario permanente Clarence Endara del Sistema Económico Latinoamericano y del Caribe, deseo darle las gracias a todos los speakers, los participantes que hemos tenido el día de hoy. Yo diría de la más alta gama en el tema de las alianzas público-privadas. Darle todo el agradecimiento por la información compartida, por el conocimiento y por la oportunidad de traer a los países y a un grupo de profesionales, investigadores, estudiantes, a un mismo punto para poder intercambiar conocimiento y poder generar una discusión de este tema. Quedan muchas cosas por conversar. Lógicamente, vamos a tomar la palabra del Port Management Association del Caribe a ver cómo organizamos un evento similar dentro del marco de su reunión anual. Y bueno, no quiero realmente tomar más tiempo, son las 3 de la tarde, pero no puedo negar que estamos terminando con 75 personas, lo que significa que ha habido un gran engagement por parte de la audiencia. Que pasen unas buenas tardes. Le paso la palabra al doctor Imbert, que quería dar unas palabras de clausura, creo. Doctor Beharry. Is Mr. Imbert there, Dr. Beharry?
Yes, I am.
All right, Doctor, you can go ahead and provide your final remarks. I just want to say thank you on behalf of the CELA and our Secretary General.
Yeah, thank you. You're probably not seeing me because my camera has been disabled by the host, but that's okay. As I said in my welcome address, I wish you very lively, interactive, educational participation, which should lead to a better understanding of the public-private partnership for the effective use of this model as an instrument for more productive and efficient maritime port management in the region. I feel confident that you have fulfilled my wish and that you had a very lively, interactive, educational participation, which I'm sure was your wish also, our wish really. The presentations were very important issues and they're important resource and should serve as important tools for policymakers, academics, and practitioners alike. I want to suggest that we should have some proceeding certainly digital proceedings and possibly some paper-based proceedings, just a few for some of the organizations, but certainly digital proceedings of this very excellent webinar that took place. I would like to thank all those in the Latin American and Caribbean Economic System, CELA, and the University of Trinidad and Tobago for their efforts in bringing about this successful webinar on such an important topic. That we thank all the participants, over 100, I realize, for their attention and interest. The event would not have been a success were it not for the excellent presentations, for which we must thank all the speakers. And their words would lie fallow. They would be meaningless if all the participants, including the presenters, do not take away very valuable knowledge and lessons from the webinar and are able to implement them insofar as the governments would allow. Again, Ambassador Clemens Endara, Permanent Secretary of CELA, for gracing us with his presence, which demonstrates regional support from the top. And we also thank Mrs. Sonia Francis Yearwood, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Works and Transport of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, we expect that this type of activity would pique the interest in real-life seminars as this one, in the interest of the further development of the Latin American and the Caribbean region. Thank you once again, and thank you for the honor of including me in the opening and ending of this webinar. Thank you.
Bye-bye, you all have a good evening.
I was having a little trouble with my internet, so I hope I came across reasonably clearly.
You did, Doctor.
Alrighty. Did well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for the moderators too. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good day. Goodbye.